Dingus Gambit.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Dingus Gambit.
Make some noise, chat. If you want me to come on. I need to hear you. I need to see you. Pull your heads out of your collective. Hello, fellow Swifties. We're here to talk about the conspiracy, which, I mean, we all know is actually true, right? We all do know that this is true. We're Swifties. We're on the inside. We understand the plan, right? The plan, right? But, yeah, apparently the plan has leaked. Apparently it's gotten out, and the conservatives have found out about the fact that the entirety of the NFL, and in fact all pro sports, are actually kayfabe. Yeah, it's just like, it's not sports, it's sports entertainment. But entertainment for who? Entertainment for the deep state. That's right, it's entertainment for the deep state, helping Biden get reelected by making sure that the Chiefs win the Super Bowl. Anybody confused yet? Good. Good. Because I've just called the Outback Steakhouse to make sure that they don't release the plans again, right? That was really terrible of them, right? They were supposed to keep quiet about that, but instead they released the fact that the Chiefs were gonna, you know, win the Super Bowl, and here the Chiefs are in the Super Bowl again. Who could have predicted, chat? Who could have predicted the Chiefs being in a Super Bowl? Who's ever heard of the Kansas City Chiefs? Like being one of the two teams playing in the Super Bowl, right? It's completely unexpected. It's you know, out of the blue, right? This little you know, team that's just never done very well before in football, they're in the Super Bowl. And it's gotta be kayfabe. It's gotta be a setup. It's gotta be scripted. It's a deep state script for the purpose of getting Joe Biden elected. Because you know what happens then? You know what happens when we get Taylor Swift at the Super Bowl? Last minute, the Chiefs are down. The quarterback, whatever his name is, throws a pass to the tight end, who is Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Yeah? He catches it, right? And he lands in the end zone. And then he puts the football down. And he reaches in his pocket and he pulls out an engagement ring. That's right. Taylor Swift, would you please be my wife? And everybody's like, yeah, yeah. And they become the massive clout couple of the century. They accumulate all the clout. It's like Vampire Survivor when you get that little blue thing, that little blue dot, and it sucks up all the XP to you. That's what's going to happen with Taylor Swift. Right after that, and then she endorses Biden. That's how the plan works. That's how it's gonna. That's clearly. And thank God, thank goodness we have these patriots to call this out. You know, not let the deep state get away. Bird denier. Oh my God, are we talking about birds aren't real? It's all made up. It's as made up as birds. It's as made up. Yeah, we want to talk about mythical creatures here. We've got the world's #1 mythical creature, the weasel. That's right. Nobody's ever seen a weasel. Nobody's ever seen a weasel, and yet we all seem to know what they would look like if they were real, because they exist. Like every myth in the collective unconscious. That's where weasels come from. Yeah. So we're gonna be talking about a little pop culture today, I guess. Is this pop culture? Is this politics? I can't really tell. It kind of blends together. It's almost like that's on purpose. It's almost like that's some kind of a sweet spot or inflection spot for me to try to hit. I don't know, chat. You tell me what you think of this, right? Because this is not exactly my normal content, especially sports, right? I couldn't even tell you who the quarterback of Kansas City was. I barely remember Taylor Swift's boyfriend's name, or the fact that he's a tight end and not a wide receiver. Isn't that weird with the names of football players? Like, football, why you gotta be so homoerotic? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you got two types of receivers, okay? You got the tight ends, and then you got the wide receivers. Some of us are tight ends, you know, and some of us are wide receivers, right? If you like to receive, and I don't know. And also, like I was just remembering that in football, at the start of the play or whatever, the quarterback, doesn't he kind of like reach up into like a very sensitive area of the center's anatomy? It just, like, everything about football is just like, they're gonna oh yeah, don't get sacked, right? Don't get sacked in the backfield, right? Well, here comes the linebacker. Oh my God, yeah, everything. I don't know. A lot of ass pats going around. See, I approve of this, right? This is why it's the national sport of America. Football. America secretly very gay. Maybe someday we will get to the point where people can admit to the fact that America is very, very, very gay. It's the gayest country possibly in the history. So we're not just talking about Taylor Swift today. We've got a few other things to talk about. Actually, I got a number of things. What do I even have on here? Taylor Swift's conspiracy. Russel Brand is back. Yeah, Russel Brand had a little conversation with Tucker Carlson about how he was canceled. He was canceled for R-wording people. Yeah, that's like... They just faked all the evidence. They just faked all the witnesses. They faked all the corroboration, right? Apparently, it's just because they don't want us to hear Russel Brand's latest conspiracy. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And people, the fact that people are giving this, like, this is like Andrew Tate. Do you remember Andrew Tate's whole thing? When all the stuff about traffic came out about Andrew Tate, you had all the tater tots be like, nah, this is the Matrix. We know how this works. The Matrix is making it look like he did all these things and he didn't really do it. And as like more and more stuff came out, and as it became more and more clear that like, yeah, this guy was guilty, all of his tater tot riders, right? They just kind of backed away like Homer Simpson into the bushes, you know, just disappeared. Like, oh, nope, I was never supporting Taylor Swift. I was never supporting Cobra Tate. What are you talking about? Who would do that? Yeah, they just disappeared. And I don't know, is the same thing gonna happen with Russel Brand fans? Are they just too weird? I feel like Russel Brand fans are kind of like, they're kind of like Jimmy Dore fans. They're a little bit ride or die. I don't know, maybe, like Tate had too many dirty casuals, right? Too many of those Tate fans, they're only in it for the sparkling water, right? The sparkling water, the fake university certifications, the MLMs. You know, they're just, and then as soon as, you know, things got hard, where were you, right? But I feel like the Russel Brand fans, like they're attached at the hip. They believe in this guy. And it doesn't matter like how clear the evidence is against him. Russell during lockdown, but he went right-wing quick. Is that when he started going right-wing? I feel like he was like, he's gone through phases, right? He did go through a phase where he was just like a, you know, like, I hate to say this because it sounds like, I'm not trying to make this derogatory, right? But like a typical male feminist, right? You know, where he was on the left, right? Pretty clearly. And then he got into the space where he was like, yeah, well, I am on the left, but I'd like to have a conversation with this Jordan Peterson guy, because he's got some pretty good ideas. And it turns out that Jordan Peterson, he's neither a left-winger or a right-winger, and I think that's very interesting. Very interesting. Tell me about your big ideas, Jordan, right? He just kind of Dave Rubin'd at some point, and then he became, you know, like he got more and more right-wing as he saw that the money was good. The money was really good. The money was better than it ever was from Russel Brand, like grifting as a SJW or whatever the hell he was pretending to be back in the day, right? He found the money is on the right side of the political aisle, and, you know, he's never really turned back. He's never found a conspiracy theory that he didn't like. And he's back to talk to Tucker Carlson. Like, I love this. Like, this is what Tucker does. He brings irrelevant people back. Do you remember one of those interviews with Tucker was like Obama's gay lover? And I love that story. I mean, I don't know. Like, the fan fiction of Obama being gay, like that's amazing. I mean, I feel like it had a few little racist elements in it, like, right, with them trying to, you know, talk about substance use, right? And a very particular substance, which is, was Russell convicted already? I don't think that a trial can go on that already, but as far as somebody who's got like multiple substantiated like allegations from all kinds of different people that are corroborated, right? You don't really see a better case than you do with Russel Brand. It's pretty clear to anybody that's not trying to ride. You saw the interview, the Russel Brand interview? The GOP donate to and defend grapists over and over again. True. He set his audience up to defend him when he, no, he did. And so that's the same thing with Tate. That's why I'm bringing up Tate in relation to him, because Tate's got the Matrix, right? The Matrix is always coming after him. He's Neo. He's got to defend us against everything. And so, you know, if anything bad ever comes out about Tate, it's because the Matrix made it look like that was happening. because there's like a conspiracy in the media. And it's like, you know, any of these Trumpers, this is like a thing that they do, right? They get away with anything. I swear to God, they would keep George Santos around if he wasn't so cringe, right? If George Santos was a good little MAGA soldier and not so queer-coded, right? I think that the GOP would still 100% support George Santos, right? They've got like a get out of jail free card for anybody that can just say, yeah, because liberal's bad. And that's all you got to do is be like, oh yeah, anybody coming after this person, they're trying to cancel my hero, right? They're trying to cancel the one voice crying out in the wilderness, trying to warn us about the global deep state. Was there a trial? Let me look this up. I mean, if there was a trial, it would be like, I mean, this was a few months ago when all the stuff about Russel Brand came out. I don't know how quickly the UK works, but the US, I mean, look at this. The US is just getting around to actually taking Donald Trump to trial over January 6th. The US has taken this long, you know, and it's not, I'm not alleging any kind of, you know, political conspiracy. I don't think that, like, you know, they're going soft on him because he's a right winger. They might be going soft on him because Merrick Garland is like a coward, but yeah, it's, you know, it's sort of normal for these trials to take forever. Swifty reporting in for duty. Welcome, Campos. Welcome. I do not think that there's been a trial yet. And then the last thing we need to cover, well, not the last thing. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get through as many things as I possibly can today, right? God, I don't know if I wanna go over the Vince McMahon stuff. This is really dark, and people have told me that you don't like dark. What do you think, chat? Do you like dark? Is there a two? I feel like the Vince McMahon allegations, like some of those things, I'm just like, can I even talk about this stuff and stay monetized? But yeah, Pokimane. Pokimane is retiring. Pokimane is no more. Pokimane has had enough of social media and streaming and all this stuff. Dark eggs? Wait, what are dark eggs? What's even happening? I don't even know what's going on today. I'm completely confused. But what I'm not confused about, you think I'm gonna say the top of the hour ad break, but I'm actually gonna say the fact that I've got this Twitter thread and I need your help to make it go burr. Can you make my Twitter go burr, chat? It's right there if you wanna interact in any way, whether it's with likes, retweets, or comments. And those comments might actually show up on stream. That's a possibility. Oh my god, do we have more drama over... I swear to god, Raptor Gang did nothing wrong. Like, I don't know why people are threatened by the Raptor Gang, right? It's almost like they want, like, people, you like on Twitch, you know how people will go around with, like, whatever your favorite streamer is, you go into other people's streams and you spam their emotes, and it's kind of like, okay, we got, you know... we got this community here, we got that community here. It's like you make your presence known like that. It's different on YouTube, right? Because there's some people that are independent. They're in a lot of good streams, and I don't know, they're really wholesome. And so, you know, instead of like flying the flag of like one streamer or another, they're just posting raptors, and I don't really see I've never had a problem with that. I don't know why anybody else would. I feel, yeah, Raptor Gang is hella wholesome. Weasel Gang too. Weasel Gang is good. Like, do you think people, like, if weasels were a global emote, do you think we'd get in trouble for posting weasels? Is it because raptors are real and weasels are mythological beings, the stuff of legends and stories and fairy tales and mulberry bush anecdotes. Team Wheeze. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I feel like I've got more than just this. Let me look and see what else we might be covering today, because I feel like well, you know, I say this is not enough, but you know how I am? I'm always like, yeah, we can get through this in like an hour, and it's like 3 hours later. I always take a little longer. A little bit longer than I should. Oh yeah, look at your bookmarks. That's what I want to do. Is this not a cat? Wait, are you asking if the cat is real? I mean, I'm pretty sure cats are real. I have several cats who live in my house with me, right? And I'm pretty sure they're real. They could be wearing disguises though? What if they're weasels dressed like cats? What if it's just a cosplay kind of situation? Right? Maybe that's why I think that weasels aren't real, is because they are the masters of disguise. They're always disguising themselves as other woodland creatures, right? And you know, it's just a weasel in a cat suit is really what I'm dealing with. Like they take off, it's like fursuits, you know, they take them off at night, they take off the head, and there's a weasel. There's a weasel under there, chat. There's a weasel. Any ducks? Wait, as far as being real or not? Are ducks real or not? I think some ducks are realer than others. She's on to us. Oh no. Is that the trick of cats? Is cats are actually weasels in disguise? I mean, I just thought maybe my cats were, the cats that live with me were weasels in disguise, but is it a latex cat suit? That's, oh, like, wasn't that in a Batman? Isn't that like a Batman villain? The latex cat suit lady? Or is it PVC? Or is it leather? What kind of cat suit does the Catwoman wear? We got 2 ducks in chat. That's amazing. Ducks keep it real. I thought so too, yeah. Damn, that's good coffee. It's PVC. It's Spanx. Who came up with the name Spanx? I gotta know. Like, cause whoever that was, like, they were thinking about Spanx. They were thinking about Spanx, getting Spanx in Spanx. A skunk is just a weasel that hasn't showered. Oh my god, for like how long? Wait, how long does it take a weasel to become a skunk then? Oh my god, my playlist just keeps on growing. Keeps on growing and growing. Oh god, you know what I want to start you off with? Well, wait, I should probably start you off by, because I feel like I gave the link to... No, Soul Life is the one who posted the link. I haven't even posted the link yet. That's such an important thing for me to do. It's a priority. Gotta change top chat to live chat. Do you know about this? If you don't know about this, right? If there's somebody that's chatting and you're not seeing them, there's a chance that YouTube, for whatever reason, is just suppressing them. Like, really. I don't even know. I don't mean like, you know, in any sort of conspiratorial, like, shadow ban kind of way. I mean that, like, for some reason, certain comments, like, YouTube just, like, It doesn't let you see unless you're in top chat. You gotta be in top chat. No, you gotta be in live chat. What am I talking about? What, the top chat is bad, right? Yeah, top chat is bad. Top chat is elitist. I mean, I feel like top chat is probably evil. You stay in live chat. Yeah, I'm trying to stay in live chat if I can remember. But there we have it. These are the 2 links if you want to support the thread. And this time before we get into some pretty cool stuff, actually. I forgot. I've got some bangers for you today. Skunks are real weasels? Oh my god.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Communists invading radicals? Who knew? Now we're making it sound like top chat and live chat are 2 different chats. Wouldn't that be weird? If there was like room A and room B, and it was just like... I mean, there kind of is. It's called Twitch and it's called YouTube. Wait, if I run a 3-minute ad, Sarah, do you know this? If I run a 3-minute ad right on the hour, does my thing reset to be like, to happen again in an hour? Because we're a little bit off. Like, look, I want to give you the top of the hour ad break experience that you've, I always talk about the top of the hour ad break. I always call it the top of the hour ad break, even when it's not the top of the hour. But I have got it consolidated for you Twitch people, right? I hope you appreciate this, right? So here's how it works. You click on my stream, you come in, no ads, right? Unless you come in right during an ad, right? You don't get ads, right? There's no pre-roll ads, in other words, right? Because I don't want you to have to like sit through an ad before you even decide whether you like the stream or not. That doesn't make a lot of sense, right? But the way that I get that to happen is by having 3 minutes of ads an hour. And instead of keeping them separate, like I had 2 ads, like 1 minute and 30, 1 minute and 30, I consolidated them down into 1 3-minute ad. And I get that that's a lot, right? I get that that's a lot. There are ways to get around that, and I will go over that probably closer to the top of the hour. Twitch is not real. I mean, if you've never been there, yeah, you're right. Twitch is not real, clearly. But you know what is real? My Twitter thread. And it could really use your help in getting the word out that we are live and alive, talking about something other than Whiteleaf. I feel like we've gotten, there's been a lot of news, right? And it's a compelling story, right? Especially being a victim of Whiteleaf, being somebody who literally was, you know, had an attempted takedown on my channel by the Whiteleaf sysadmin. You know, I'm kind of invested in the story. I want to see it all crash down and burn, right? I want to see that. But yeah, I don't know, too much streamer drama. It just doesn't feel good. So it's nice to be able to cover something else. I hope other people appreciate that, and that your algorithm's not just so zeroed in to like tags like Vosh and Kaffels that you don't even notice that I'm streaming. I don't know, that would be really sad. We'd have to make this stream a lot shorter than my normal ones, but we'll see. Okay, that will make it start on the hour. Okay, so I wait till the hour. Okay, I just gotta make sure to do this. Oh, you know what we can do in the meantime? I've got a video for you. I've got a video for you, and it's really good. Lest I edge you longer than long enough.
Need to defecate or urinate.
No.
My powerful body uses yogurt as its primary fuel source and is so efficient.
Are you ready to unlock your inner yogurt male, your inner yogurt female, your inner yogurt NB? Because I sure am. You've heard of alpha males, you've heard of sigma males, you've heard of beta males, and all the other letters of the Greek alphabet. But have you heard, chat, have you heard of the yogurt male? We're about to find out. We're also about to find out if this music is copyrighted or not. I don't know. It feels like meditation. I mean, I gotta say, there is something about a man like with a little container of Yoplait and a tiny spoon. I don't know. There's something about that's okay. So here's my thing about yogurt. I feel like yogurt, when it comes to cereal, is usually superior to milk. Now, that's probably not true in all cases. Like, I can imagine trying to eat some yogurt with Fruit Loops, it wouldn't be very good. But if your cereal is on the bland side, right? If it's like a grainy sort of cereal, like grape nuts, it's like, you know, there is something magical. It's like chocolate and peanut butter. When you put grape nuts and yogurt together, and you got to let it sit just the right amount of time, because if you let it sit too long, it's mush and you might as well throw it out. If you don't let it sit, you know, long enough and you try to eat grape nuts, like grape nuts are not edible out of the box, right? You can't pick up a handful of grape nuts and just go, you know, you'll break your teeth, you'll destroy your mouth, you'll make some, you know, you'll end up paying for a dentist's like kids college, like, right? But with you know, eating grape nuts just out of the box, right? You've got to at least put milk on them. Although I grew up in a family where, like, I feel like my dad was like really postmodern in terms of his breakfast habits. Like, you know, yeah, you eat your cereal with milk, but sometimes you don't have milk. So instead of going to the store to get milk and then eating the cereal, you might just pour some water on the cereal. And sure, it's not as good, but it's food. And you're going to eat it because we don't have milk right now. And, you know, if you get sassy about that, then my dad would suggest, like, well, you could eat it with orange juice. Would you like some orange juice on your cereal? We do have orange juice. We do have orange juice. I could pour some orange juice on your cereal if you'd like, right? No, you want the water? Okay. Like, right. That's how he was like, right? He was not like, he would eat anything. Like, this guy would eat, like, it didn't matter if it was like bad, if it was growing mold, he'd be like, give it to me, right? So, you know, the rest of us kind of had to tough it out as well.
I decide which flavors of yogurt are objectively best. It's key lime and peach.
Key lime and peach. I mean, peach is pretty good. I will give you that, all right? But the best is blueberry, obviously. Like, what else is it gonna be? Of course, it's blueberry. You just eat it dry? Okay, some cereals you can eat dry. Some cereals are better dry. Some cereal, like, Reese's is pretty good dry. I was literally saying yogurt makes as a complete joke. And then I see this. Dry kibble.
I eat nothing but yogurt.
I mean, that sounds like a balanced diet.
Greek, Australian, French. All yogurt is simply mine for the taking.
But not German yogurt. Fuck that shit. That's sounds like a 15-year-old using an AI voice. How much of that do you think there is on YouTube, right? Kellogg's had a cereal that's like half regular size of regular cereal, twice the price. It's called something like oats, and it looks like cat food. Wait, what is this cereal? What is this mysterious cereal?
It is our birthright.
Blackberries, yeah. Blackberries are good.
Paying for my birthright is unimaginable.
Wait, so he always steals the yogurt. That's what, like, if you're ever missing yogurt, it's because of this guy.
I am banned from every... And subscribe.
We will use the powers wisely. And also hit that like button while you're at it, right? What do we got here? Do y'all know Pokimane?
Racism and stuff.
Do y'all know Pokimane? I don't know. This might be too Twitch a conversation. I don't know how interesting this is to you, but it's the end of an era. Pokimane has decided to move on to greener pastures, much like Keffels. No, not like Keffels. It's so weird. Like, compare like Keffels like scandals to like Pokimane's scandals, and it's just like, okay, Pokimane charged too much for cookies, while Keffels, on the other hand, I mean, like, where do you want to start?
Was because, I mean, I don't know why Pokimane is quitting Twitch, but it seems like she's quitting. The end of an era. Twitch has been my home for a decade, but it's time to say thank you for all the memories and love.
God, look at that. She's on the advertising.
Days.
I mean, I guess,
Okay.
right?
Don't know what this means.
I never know like how big people actually are. Like I don't even know. Like I think last time I checked, Hassan is like the 25th biggest streamer. Pokimane is probably like in the top 20 or top 10. You know, Kai Cenat for a long time was like number 1. I don't even keep track of it.
She did not respond. And it's not like she's fucking streaming on Twitch right now. So
Cinnamon Frosted Flakes, that sounds like blasphemy. Frosted Flakes, like that is the gospel of sugar, right? Delivered to you on a spoon by a tiger who assures you that they're great. And, you know, show him you're a tiger.
she probably has spare time to reply. But
I mean, I like cinnamon, okay? I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but I don't know, would I like cinnamon on... It doesn't sound good, but that doesn't mean it's not good, because sometimes things that sound good are actually bad. Like, okay, let's talk about all the cereals that sound good but are actually bad. Fruit Loops, Trix, right? Anything that's fruity. You don't want a fruity cereal. It looks like it would be great, but it's not. It never is. It's always a disappointment. And then, like, I'm trying to think, like, what are... Peanut Butter Captain Crunch. Yeah, that is bespoke. Actually, I like the Crunch Berries, too. The Crunch Berries... Peanut Butter's really good, though. The Peanut Butter Captain Crunch, like, I've put that into oatmeal, which sounds like overkill. It probably is overkill. But I was doing a lot of cardio back then, right? I ate a lot of cereal at that point. Lucky Charms. Yeah, anytime. It's been a long time since I've actually had Lucky Charms, because my parents were like, no sugar cereals. No, it was weird. It was weird. I think they were more concerned about like artificial colors, because I feel like we did get Frosted Flakes from time to time. And I know that a lot of the cereal, even if it wasn't supposed to be sugary sweet cereal, it kind of was. It has sugar as like a main ingredient in it. But they would draw the line when it was like a cartoon character and a bunch of marshmallows and colorful, right? You can't have that. You can only have that when you stay over the night at somebody else's house. And then you find out that their parents don't have that rule.
choosing not to. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. But
Oatmeal and buttered toast? Yeah, like the next time I start riding 35 miles a day, I will put some oatmeal on my butter toast.
I suspect they should probably... Pokey seems like she's quitting streaming altogether. Yeah. I feel like she's probably not going to go to a different platform to stream. I think she's probably not streaming anymore. And it makes...
Cocoa Puffs or Cocoa Krispies. I mean, Cocoa Puffs can definitely go into oatmeal. Like, oh my god, this is so bad. I can't believe I used to eat this as a kid. But, like, I would put peanut butter into oatmeal. And then I'd stir it around, and then I'd put Cocoa Puffs on top of that, right? I think I was just into, like, the mouthfeel of it or something. But, like, no, Cocoa Puffs are good in milk, too. And Cocoa Krispies, that's, like, one of the best cereals ever. It makes the milk chocolate. You get to eat the chocolate milk after you eat the cereal. Why is there not a coffee cereal? Should there not be a coffee cereal? Like a caffeinated cereal? Like a Gamer Sups cereal?
Perfect sense. It makes perfect sense because a lot of people don't
Savory oatmeal with boiled eggs? Oh my god.
really understand this, especially if you're just like kind of watching
I mean, grits and eggs, yes.
from afar. People think like Twitch streaming is glitz and glamour.
She will be back when engaged in preggers. I feel like I'm preggers, the way I'm, you know, craving cereals.
And like an endless sea of like $100 million contracts that people are giving you and showering you with praises as you just like sit there.
That's what being a streamer is, yeah, chat. Sit there, play Vampire Survivor,
content and offer zero commentary over.
eat hot chip and lie, and do the worm.
And while the second part is true, I think what a lot of people don't recognize is that Twitch streaming has all of those components.
What is traditional British breakfast? We got bangers, right? Do we have bangers and mash, or do we just have bangers? We definitely have bangers, though, right? There's some kind of sausage component. There's probably eggs, right? There's got to be eggs. It's British, right? So there's got to be an egg involved somehow. Maybe in a weird place, though. Do they do weird things with eggs? I feel like they do. Okay, so here's the weirdest thing I've seen, right? And I don't know if this is real or not, but cracking an egg and opening it into a beer. Is that real? Does this happen? Does this happen in England? Bangers, baked beans, fried egg, toast, tomato, hash browns, all on a plate. See, that sounds like too much, but it also sounds kind of delicious. Like, right? I mean, I don't eat the eggs, but
Much is true. Okay. But then it's also a sequence of just like having
hash browns, yes.
to withstand endless amounts of cyber stalking and cyber harassment. So,
I mean, that part's real, and you don't have to be a big
if you
streamer
ask
for
any
that
other
to
content
happen.
creator that has like dipped their toes into streaming of any sort, okay, they will most likely tell you, I'm sure that you are being directly, literally harassed by people all day. Yes. So,
No. That's okay. That is not like, okay, I get what I get, yeah, you're dealing with harassment a lot, but it's not like people think it like harassment of streamers is like somebody giving you shit in chat. Please give me shit in chat. I got no problem with that, right? The more pernicious stuff is like harassing your friends, harassing your community, like harassing other communities with your name in their username, as if like, like people going in with like NCC fan, #1 NCC fan or whatever, and going and fucking with people, and then being like, oh man, those NCC fans, like I don't want to mess with those communities. That community's bad, right? And it's like, oh my god, no, like this is there's a lot of shit that people do when they want to fuck with you, right? And it's I don't know, I feel like just somebody giving me shit in chat is like but then again, there's like a lot of different things that people can do, and Twitch is better than it used to be. Like, right, Twitch used to be like the Wild West in terms of shit that would happen to you on stream and in chat.
So I suspect that that might play a role in this decision. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for her. I'm sure she will explain it herself. But it's not just that Twitch is the most parasocial site. Hassan Live is hard.
It is, though.
No,
it is
I'm
it
a
is the
very
most
fortunate
parasocial.
person. But let's
No offense, Twitch.
for real for a brief moment. Behind
No offense, Twitch.
behind the scenes, everyone is completely aware of how at least other content creators are completely aware of like how ridiculous my haters are. Pokey has a lot of them as well. Oh, gee, guys, I'm getting millions a year, but chat is toxic. No, it's not just about like toxicity. And also, this is not a comparison between like a Twitch streamer and a person trapped in an Amazon distribution facility. I think like everybody understands that the person in the Amazon distribution facility is getting paid for backbreaking labor and is getting like meager wages for that backbreaking labor, and it sucks. When people talk about Twitch streaming in comparison to other forms of entertainment, we're just simply talking about other avenues of entertainment, like being a YouTuber, being a podcaster. If you want to talk about like online, being a TikToker, comparisons between different kinds of different facets of entertainment, online entertainment, being an e-celebrity, or even being a real celebrity. Okay, making her decision all about you. Bet you spam texted her. Her decision is
I want to ask, I got some friends who do TikTok, and not just like me, like putting up the occasional TikTok, but like they really do TikTok, and I kind of want to ask them if this is true, right? I have an understanding for sure. Oh my god. I have an understanding of what it's like to be on Twitch. I have an understanding of what it's like to be harassed on Twitch. I have a little bit of understanding when it comes to YouTube, but I feel like it's different being a streamer than it would just being like a normal YouTuber, being like a video essayist. Like, I don't know what that's like. And then I got no idea what it's like on TikTok. I imagine that harassment on TikTok is like you getting reported, because I have noticed that it's really easy to get banned on TikTok. And it's also luckily really easy to get unbanned. Like they seem to do most of their moderation like automated. So you don't really full English breakfast almost always comes with black pudding. What is in black pudding again? Is that the one that's got is that yucky? Peter North gummies? Wait, fruit what wait, fruit wenders? Oh my god, wait. That's what it's made out. The pudding is made out of sausage? Oh my god, that's wild. Okay, so it like congeals then. It congeals.
Isn't about you, bud. Like this is actually a perfect demonstration of what I mean. I think like I think that this kind of behavior, like making your 700th sock account, right, to come in here and do this kind of thing and like write this kind of shit in the chat and be so oblivious to the reality that like you're the one who is actually obsessed. This kind of behavior is literally like people in this community know that this is that one specific stalker. You know what I mean? Like this guy is so unimaginably obsessed. Okay? That like people in this community are aware of like this specific.
So he's talking about like
stalker.
one dude
Like
that has been getting banned and making
regular this
alt
kind of
accounts
interaction is
to continue.
that while I was in the point of describing like how shitty Twitch streaming or just live streaming in general is in comparison to other forms of content creation online, a dude immediately demonstrated that. What are the fucking odds, right? If it wasn't so if this wasn't like an endless sea of like cyber stalking, harassment, and a pattern of like incredibly obsessive, incredibly unhealthy behavior, okay?
Oh god, I forgot.
A defense of that kind of
I can't even pause this. Sorry about the sound.
behavior, right? That's the other part of this process. That this is something that other people don't have to, like other content creators don't have to experience to the same degree. Does that make sense?
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the sound for the game just so that that's not annoying.
Like, that's just how it works. It is a Twitch especially and like live streaming especially lends itself to a lot of like parasocial behavior.
So, you know, when Hassan says parasocial, it sounds like, in fact, I think most people's idea of what a parasocial phenomenon is like a chatter that is like, I'm in love with you, be with me, like, right? And they're like, you know, like it's scary, like, you know, it's like a stalker thing or something like that. Maybe they're just doing it online. Maybe they do stuff in real life, right? But it's like that's what people imagine when they think of parasocial. They think parasocial in a sense that they are you know, either you know, ride or die for you like a stan, or they're obsessed with you, right? But it can also just be like a really negative thing. It can be like they just hate your guts. And I feel like most of the, you know, problems kind of stem from there. It might be different from somebody like Pokimane, but yeah, I mean, there is both. Hassan uses words he doesn't understand. That sounds more like a Vosh thing.
Twitch in particular, but live streaming in particular is in comparison to like all other forms of content creation online, gets a shit ton more of this kind of behavior. Obviously, there are you know, obviously there are definitely upsides to Twitch streaming. Okay? But the reality is, like, you put out a YouTube video, it's very different than speaking for 10 hours a day. Okay? It's like you can craft your narrative perfectly, make it airtight, There's no like misspeaking. There's no like replying to someone in a way that comes across differently than your intentions, right? And that's it. Would you be willing to share a few incidents on how chat or online negativity affected you on a personal level? If it makes you depressed or something, I think it would make us all understand at a personal, relatable level. No, I am not willing to share any incidents of that sort. There's no like replying to someone in a way that comes across any.
So comparing, what he's doing right there is comparing the live format to the prepared content format. So the difference between like a normal YouTuber, somebody who records a video, edits a video, and then uploads a video versus somebody who streams for, well, if it's Hassan, it's 10 hours a day. If it's me, it's been 6 hours a day lately, or however long a day that you stream, but where you're just off the top of the dome, you're just off the cuff, you're just saying what comes to you in the moment, and you know, you might say something in a way that is not, that comes off in a way that you didn't intend it, and then you have to deal with, you know, everybody that hates your guts is going to, of course, you know, interpret that in the worst way possible. So, you know, that's the difference between the prepared format and the live format.
Incidents of that sort. So, I mean, I've talked about it before. There's a lot of like actionable death threats. There's a lot of doxing, a lot of swatting. You know, going around and like trying to make your life miserable, trying to make your friends' lives miserable, stalking your friends, right? Like stalking any collaboration that you do. Like,
okay, this is relatable. This is relatable right here,
right? And immediately in the YouTube uploads of the Alves collab, you got people being like, "This guy's a terrorist. He loves terrorism. Why are you working with this guy?" Like that level of behavior, unfortunately, is in the eyes of many online now, as we almost completely exist in the internet, is seen as like not the actions of a unhinged hater engaging in cyber stalking to that degree, but simply accountability. There is no real accountability there. It's just a deeply...
Harassment can hide as a call for accountability, but at the same time, somebody that's done something fucked up can hide behind the idea that people, you know, asking them to be accountable is actually harassment. So it kind of cuts both ways, right?
Unhealthy person, right? It's not valid criticism. It's just a person shit stirring and smearing.
And look,
Okay.
For your normies, for your casuals, for anybody that doesn't really look into that, it's really hard to tell what's what, right? And that's why collaboration is so hard. Like anybody that you're going to collaborate with, if you like search their name, you might find some weird stuff that's being said about them. And you're in a situation where you got to judge, like, does this seem like a real thing? Does this seem like a true thing? Or does this seem like haters? Does this seem like, you know, other communities that are, you know, they've pissed off and that's where this is coming from, right? It's hard to tell.
In some ways, it's kind of similar to what we were talking about earlier with Matt Walsh, right? Like Matt Walsh does not give a shit about Somaliland or Ilhan Omar's perspective. He just sees Ilhan Omar as a black hijabi woman, a Somali refugee that is a U.S. congressperson, and he doesn't like that.
Yeah, he's just
Go
looking
back to Africa. Go back.
he's
to
looking for a rationale to shit on her.
That's not a valid criticism. That's just pure unadulterated racism. But overall, I guess I will.
So that's a situation where there's an ideological reason for the person to be signal boosting like stuff that they find that just sounds bad, right? And that happens too. And sometimes people don't even have like that kind of they don't even have the discernment to figure that out, right? When it's like, you know, somebody with an obvious ideological beef with you.
Add the positive point here. Yeah. Accountability in this space of the internet is just a word people use to justify harassment. Exactly.
I mean, sometimes.
Dog, stop engaging with these idiots or forget the Pokimane stuff. They're losers looking to get you off track. No, this is a good conversation to have that's like about a broader point. Okay? I'll end the conversation on a positive note though. Regardless of this kind of behavior, when people say, why don't you just like stop streaming and do YouTube videos or whatever? Okay. And that's because I love this community. Okay. I love the community that I've cultivated. I believe that there are plenty of people that have changed their attitudes over the course of the many years that I've been streaming. And I will continue to grow this community with the hopes that I can reach out to an even broader audience and change their minds as well, get them to see a different framework. And moments like the Alveus collab, where off the cuff, this community raises almost $30,000 for the Alveus Animal Sanctuary, is exactly.
So that was the recent, and we didn't really cover this, right? Because I mean, it was cute, right? But it was just Hassan. I think Maya Higa lives on a animal sanctuary, and Hassan went out there and just like played with some cute animals. And I guess it was also a fundraiser for the sanctuary. So, but yeah, he's saying that during this event, right, he had people, you know, trying to kind of do this thing where they want to give whoever you're collaborating with like cold feet, like as they're collaborating with you, right? They can't stand the fact that you're doing, you know, content with somebody else, and you know, it's really easy to do, right? Because how hard is it to search through the internet, look at you know, stuff that's, you know, people are saying about somebody, like, you know, that sounds concerning, like Hassan supports terrorism. Well, you don't want to have a terrorism supporter on your on your charity. You know, your charity needs to maintain good PR, right? Some people just kind of err on the side of caution, right? So I mean, that didn't happen with the you know, it's less likely to happen with a creator as large as Hassan, but it definitely is something that happens.
Exactly why I continue doing the things I do. Okay? That's it.
It is a good question though. Why that, like, I can't answer that question. I don't have a good reason. Why do I do streaming and not
Also because
videos?
I'm brain broken. You know what I mean? That's definitely part of it. It's because I'm completely brain broken. But yeah, that's it. That is the major reason. We raise a lot of money for a lot of fucking causes. We change a lot of lives, and I think that there is a reason why, despite the cyber stalking, the psychotic haters, and all this nonsense, which every content creator is aware of, by the way, which I think, in my opinion, makes it worse when a content creator eggs that on, especially because they're aware of it. XQC, Destiny, Trainwreck, Mizkif, Asmongold.
Look, he's not going to say it, and I'm glad he's not going to say it, because again, no free cloud is a great policy, but I can say it. All right, Keffels, 100%. This is Keffels.
Charlie, everyone is aware of it. Not saying that like all of these people are egging it on. Ludwig, Ethan. I'm not using these as these content creators.
Wait, okay.
As a
So wait, he's talking about people who are aware of it, not necessarily. Okay, he's not calling people out here. He's talking about, I don't know, that's kind of confusing, right? I thought he was talking about people who do this, but with like Destiny and XQC, I think those are examples where that happens. I would say that maybe like Vosh, like less so than Destiny, but he definitely doesn't do a lot to like cool down the harassment. And a lot of times the harassment happens, and I think Vosh is aware of that. And I think on some level he knows that like this is the result of calling, you know, somebody Black Hitler, right? Is that, you know, your community is going to treat them like garbage.
Holder for like someone who eggs it on. I'm simply stating that every single content creator knows exactly what this looks like behind the scenes. Okay, they see it. They're aware of it. This wasn't to name and shame. That's why I added like Ludwig, Cutie, you know.
So he specifically, okay, I get it. He started off on people that do this, and then he thought better of it. Because you know that if he says, like, if he calls out Destiny, Destiny's going to make a video about it. If he calls out Vosh, Vosh is going to make a video about it. You know what I mean? Anybody like, so he tries to kind of like retcon it at the last minute and add people that are aware of it, and then retcon what he's saying to being like talking about it. But I think we know which communities that he mentioned were communities that actively participate in this, streamers that absolutely egg it on and are aware of it, versus people that are just aware of this. You know, and at a certain size, you would expect a creator. It'd be weird for a creator to not know that doing something like, you know, featuring a small Twitter account on their stream, or featuring a small streamer, a small content creator on their stream is going to possibly, you know, depending on how you talk about them, is going to get them harassed. That's why I always tell you, Chad, and you know this, not to harass people, even people that I'm showing in a really bad light. That's never what I want. And
friends as well into this list of names. Okay. Opening up to a large audience just brings hate, right? Don't you just ignore it though? Yeah. But of course, given Twitch streaming, given live streaming, okay? And the way that live streaming is done, with the constant back and forth interaction being a fundamental part of this process, it is impossible. It is impossible to just like avoid it, because there are many different mechanisms of like continuing that harassment and cyber stalking, for example. So that's something to consider always when we're talking about this sort of thing. It is virtually impossible to ignore it. Unlike the top of the hour ad break. Yes, that's right.
oh my God,
I already woke up when I said avoid.
I woke up too. He got me. But we're still 30 minutes away from ours.
Twitter on the Fear and post with Steak and Eggs. I was excited to see you and Will collaborate and awesome with the OTK crew, as I'm a fan of all of you. Comments filled with negativity is dumb. Yeah. I think that it's probably a little bit easier to avoid the negativity if you are not a live streamer. That's my point. And most content creators that are YouTubers, TikTokers, whatever, that have at least like dipped their toes in the live streaming space are completely aware of this as well. They will openly and readily admit it, both off camera and also on camera as well. By the way, here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I can't imagine having to run manual ad breaks like Hassan does.
I think that it just takes a toll. That's it. It takes a toll on a lot of people.
Well, okay, so,
You know?
it takes a toll on a lot of people, but probably, excuse me, probably especially Pokimane. Like, there are some people that just kind of seem to get harassed over and over again, and that like a large segment of the internet sort of consolidates and becomes like a hate fandom, like a reverse fandom, like an anti-fandom for them. Like, right, H3 has got this, iDubbbz has got this, but Pokimane has definitely got this.
It takes a mental toll. That mental toll can turn into a physical toll. It weighs on your consciousness. right? So that's the reason why I think a lot of people have a. Yeah, Brace Belden said it was wild. You tortured yourself through all this on TrueAnon. That's what I mean. 34 MKD50. Thank you for the 50. Get the subs. Yeah, that's why when you see like podcasters or whatever interact with me, they go, "What the fuck? This is the most maddening thing I've ever seen in my life." Right?
I wonder what podcasters he's talking
degree of
about.
separation that you can have with your audience when you don't have real time feedback is actually phenomenal. Adam said the exact same thing too. Grimes of all people thought I was.
Yeah, okay. So when he said certain podcasters, I was like trying to think, and I was like, I feel like the only person that he's really talked to lately is that's a podcaster is Adam Friedland.
Yeah. Like these are also in the world of entertainment and they recognize that this is fucking crazy. So make no mistake, I'm not saying, "Oh man, my life is so hard." I'm not saying that at all, right? I have a wonderful community. I am incredibly fortunate, okay? Incredibly fortunate. Something that I reiterate all the time. So much so that people will always say, "Oh, he's not demonstrating humility, he's flexing." It's like, "No, I'm recognizing my conditions." Okay? But that, of course, is not a justification for like an endless sequence of harassment. But if you're wondering why a lot of streamers end up leaving, it's not because like they got the bag and now they're done. I'm sure they love content creation. That's why a lot of people start doing it. Okay. Nobody, like most people don't start content creation because they're
You talked to Jeremy Scahill recently.
like, "I'm going to get the bag doing this." Okay. Unless they're one of those like weird right wing.
I mean, look, that's a lot of
I'm going
confidence.
to create a disc.
That's a lot of confidence, because I'll be real with you, right? I started out with, at 0 viewers, 0 followers, 0 subs, with a bunch of other people who started out in the same way. And most of those people never really got an audience, right? It is very difficult. Like, I mean, I only really know this as from political live streaming. I haven't really tried the gaming thing. I think the gaming thing's probably even harder. From what I know, the gaming, at least on YouTube, like, right, the gaming niche is a very hard one to grow in. There are so many people starting gaming channels. There are definitely people who want to watch that, even if you play some niche game, right? There's an audience for you, but it's like finding that audience is there. I'm sure there's skill in it, but a lot of it seems to be luck, right? So yeah, no, it's definitely not something to start off doing thinking you are going to earn more money even than you would spend to get the equipment to be able to do it in the first place. I think that most people do not earn more money than they spend.
Discord server, right? There are, even if you think that you will inevitably make money, you oftentimes have like a much more important reason for wanting to do this. Important as in like a much more powerful reason for wanting to do this, let's say. Okay? It can be wanting to entertain people, wanting to all I'm hearing is the song wants to play more games with the boys. That is true. It can be more to entertain people, make people laugh, make people educate people. It can even be something as
Sometimes I tell myself that I sort of wish that I was in the gaming niche. I did start off doing Minecraft streaming, with the idea though that I would talk politics while I was streaming. Oh my God, Shakespeare! Thank you for the gift sub to Real Boxhead. Welcome to the stream. And yeah, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing when you get weaseled, right? You get the weasels. You if you're on Twitch, you get to skip out on the top of the hour ad break, which is coming up when exactly? Oh yeah, at the top of the hour, because I said it correctly, right? We still got 20 minutes before that, so I won't even worry you about that right now. But
stupid as, and I've talked about this already before, wanting to get better at like live broadcasting or communicating your ideas in front of a live audience uninterrupted when all you've done, for example, is green screen videos that you pre-wrote that you're reading off of a
no, I wouldn't do this. Right? I don't know what Hassan's talking about here. I think that there's a lot of difficulty in being a prepared content creator. yeah, it's different, right? Somebody that's like from that world and is used to, like he's saying, pre-writing their stuff. Maybe even they have a teleprompter or something like that, right? So they don't have to like be looking like, in a weird in weird directions to read their script. They can just read it right from the teleprompter that their camera is in. But there is a lot. Like, it's easy to make a video, right? You can even think of certain content creators whose videos are kind of like Ludwig. Think about Ludwig, for instance. Ludwig just has a talent for being able to sit in front of the camera, focus, and be able to get his point across. Like, I think in the first go around, right? I think he does like one take usually, right? There's no edits, and that's kind of rare. That's kind of rare. But yeah, it is a talent. You do build it up, and it does probably get easier, hopefully get easier. Both are challenging. I think so too. Yeah, they're different kinds of challenges, right? They really are. Because when you are doing prepared content, you're sort of focused on perfection. You're not granted the leeway that you might be in terms of live streaming as far as your content. Your content has to have like a rhythm, has to have a pacing, and that rhythm has to be fast, right? You have to give the audience no opportunity to get bored and click away, because always on YouTube, right? There's not just your video there. There's a bunch of videos to the side, right? Just like there is for you right now. There's a bunch of other choices. You could be doing so many other things on YouTube. You could be watching so many other videos. And if somebody's like boring for a while, then it can be really, it's hard to make those videos bang when you've got like extra space in them. So editing becomes huge.
Teleprompter. That was one of my major motivations as to why I started this, right? Ludwig's new video goes over the numbers and also the more existential purposes.
I made a
of
video
streaming.
3 years.
Sorry. I was gonna say that what I was gonna say about the gaming thing though is that is actually difficult too in terms of being a gaming streamer. I think there's actually more to that than just getting good at the game, sitting down in front of your console or at your gaming computer and just having fun. I don't think it. I think there's like more to that.
Purposes of what?
It's
Streaming?
not.
Were you one of the guys he asked? Yeah.
But to me, it's relaxing because
questions, and I said he can put my name on it if he wants to.
yeah, Ludwig made a video
That's
recently.
it. He put your name last, lol. That's nice. Honestly, the most disappointing part of Pokey's tweet and this idea about leaving Twitch is how we didn't run the top of the hour ad break. Nandre Ari just ran it. So, yeah, you missed it.
Oh my god! Imagine missing the top of the hour ad break.
That's my point, and I understand why a lot of people end up quitting or feeling burnt out. Pokey's been at this game for a very, very long time, right? She's been doing this for years. She's a industry giant, a powerhouse. She has been a lightning rod for the worst kinds of harassment and stalking and like ritualistic abuse that.
Ritualistic abuse. Wow. That sounds bad.
You know what I mean? And that's there's definitely like a double standard. Pokey might be going to YouTube. What? I doubt it. Do you think the cookies was the last straw? Probably not.
So the cookies controversy was like a essentially merchandise
You're
that
being absolutely unintelligible, thinking that people like Pokey, a person that has literally been cyberstalked, threatened, constantly hated for being a woman and famous on Twitch, has it rough just because of the simple reason of being a woman. Impossible shaking my head. especially with the fact that incels constantly attack her. Yeah, I don't think so. Shaking my head. What? Oh, I can't. I think you're being sarcastic, right?
I think they're being sarcastic just a little bit.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what her situation is, but I can think about it from that perspective. But yeah, no, it definitely is all of the things that I just mentioned. I have often
People need to use the kappa. Oh yeah, so Shakespeare, what you're talking about is like denote. What is it called? There's a name for this. This is tone indicators. Some people make fun of this, like that if you talk about tone indicators, you're some kind of rabid SJW going around like, excuse me, tone indicators, please. But it's like we're on the internet, right? You can say something in a bunch of different ways. If people are tracking with you 100%, then they might know what the tone is that you're using, but there's going to be some people who don't. It's like I don't ever see the problem with using tone indicators. I don't get why it's become this thing of like, oh, tone indicators, are you a snowflake? Oh my god, you need tone indicators? Do I need to hold your hand, right? It's like, no, seriously, like, right? You're typing it out. Like, I can't see your face. Like, you can do an emote, in which sometimes serves that function as a tone indicator, but I thought what she said was pretty cringe, similar to Pac-Man calling his audience poor. It's not something that I would say, right? Even as a joke, because there is like, that is like a legitimate that is a prejudice that is absolutely co-signed by the capitalist society that we live in, right? I don't think that jokes about people being like, poor or funny, but I do think that when Pokey said that, it wasn't in a sense of like, come on, what are you like? I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you'll hear from Andrew Tate and like all the commentary dudes like all the time. And somehow when Pokey says it, it gets taken as like, oh my god, you cold-hearted bitch. It's like, well, that's misogyny. That's what that is.
Face knows how fucking diabolically unhinged my stalkers and haters are, and how ride or die they are, right?
Like, as much as I have some issues about how I've been treated in the past by the likes of Kira Chats, I don't like glory or revel in the dog pile on Kira over the it's just $5 thing, right? Like, that was something that Kira was absolutely tongue-in-cheek about. People that were in the community understood that was just like a kind of ritual that they engaged in. Again, not my style of humor, because I just don't think it's funny. I don't think it's a good joke. I wouldn't do that. But I have reason to I have reason to not be super sympathetic with certain streamers, and even I can recognize that what happened to Kira was not fair. And what was even worse about that, right? What was even worse about the Kira Chats thing? I don't know if you know this, but there was another streamer, a Twitch streamer, whose name I'm not going to mention, but that was on with Kira Chats at the time when that happened, right? And so Kira had their name like written on the screen so that people that didn't know that streamer would be like, oh, this is so and so. They could go and check them out. Kira was trying to signal boost this person, right? And they got harassment because their name's up on the screen, while Kira, nobody knew who Kira was, right? It just went out into the it went out into the wild and escaped its quarantine of the community, and people just sort of treated her with zero charity and assumed the worst, right? Which is really easy to do, and happens a lot along lines of misogyny. So yeah, I'm at the same time that's not my style of humor. That is not like a way that I would joke around with anybody. I do feel like that people like Pokimane and Kira Chats get held up to a double standard because they're women.
Go to lengths that you would normally think is just like insane. Like in any other circumstance, in any other normal circumstance where I'm not a Twitch streamer, I guess, you would be like, this is the most insane thing that you've ever done. Or even a large Twitch streamer. If I was like a 300 Andy and like this level of operations was going on, which of course it was when I was a person with only 300 followers, but it's been going since like the TYT days. In every other circumstance, you would recognize it as like, this is unhinged. Okay? This is completely unhinged. Within the normie sphere, it is also completely unhinged. Right? And there's not really too much you can do about it because it's new. Don't you think it's part of the game though? That doesn't excuse it. I think that it definitely. Do you think that content about content is boring? Chat be nuanced, challenge, impossible.
What do you think, chat? I feel like content about content is kind of boring. Are you bored? I'm a little bit bored. I'm a little bit bored, right? And I'm definitely bored of like seeing the double standard that gets applied to female streamers, right? As someone who lives a very meager existence myself, I you know, and should, you know, feel called out by shit like that. I feel like it never gets called out with dudes that are doing it, and dudes do it all the time. Just you never hear about it. You never fucking hear about that. It's always, do you see this cold-hearted bitch saying that it's just $5? How come you don't have $5? Right? I don't know. I don't like to hear any of that shit. Even like I said, even as a joke, I think it's because of how pervasive classism is in our capitalist society. I don't think it's a funny joke, but at the same time, like it's like with Demon Mama, right? I had all the reason to you know, to go along with whatever Destiny was trying to sell me as far as Demon Mama, and I just as much as I think she is up her own ass a lot, she's not any more up her own ass than Vosh, or certainly not than Destiny, right? So I mean, I try to be charitable even when it's to somebody who hasn't been charitable to me, let's just say. Okay, so I think I've got I got bad news and I got good news for you as far as trans rights go. Let's start with the bad news, of course. Of course.
You know, essentially consenting to mutilation, consenting to self-harm, you know, consenting to killing yourself. You know, there's a lot of people in this, well, not a lot, but there's a few.
Start this where it is, and let me introduce this.
As well on board. You guys can jump.
So this is a Twitter space of Michigan and Ohio legislators discussing trans policy for minors, and they're going to get into a little bit more than just trans health policy for minors, right? You'll see what I mean in a second.
Jump in, just unmute your mic anytime you want if you got questions for Rep Click.
The Florida stuff is really dark too, Jules.
Appreciate our comments or otherwise. By all means, jump in there if you guys have anything. And obviously, Senator Tice, too. Obviously, you've got a lot about this, too, which I respect so much from the Senate side. I'm grateful for you being here.
My whole thing is
Shakespeare, a whole bunch of stuff on this on
in terms of endgame. Why are we allowing these practices for anyone? You know, why would we stop this for anyone under 18, but not apply this for anyone over 18? It's harmful across the board, and
so this is what's so frustrating, right? You hear what he's saying, right? He's saying like, hey, why are we bothering like putting an age restriction, which is what they're doing right now. They're banning trans affirming care for minors, right? Which in most cases is not any kind of surgical intervention. In many cases, you know, is not hormone treatment, right? But they're banning it based on like the kind of lies that you'll hear on Joe Rogan. If you listen to Joe Rogan, he talks about like chopping things off, like, right? And that's just, it's a lie, but for some reason, because people are so uneducated about trans issues in general, they're willing to believe that lie. That's a lie that doesn't get questioned, right? In fact, a lot of the shit that Joe Rogan does not get questioned unless Jamie actually brings it up, unless Jamie says something. There's Joe Rogan ads on Twitter.
I think that's something that we need to take into consideration in terms of the end game.
The end game. Oh my God, that doesn't sound scary at all.
Rep Shriver, that's very.
But I think that a lot of the normies that kind of go along with this because they hear Joe Rogan talking about chopping off body parts and they assume that this shit is actually happening. And they're like, whoa, the liberals are way out of touch. I want to be like against that. And they end up co-signing with this kind of DeSantis, style of politics. They end up saying, yeah, that like it does need to be curtailed. And they don't really know what that means. They don't really know what's going on. And they're assuming that whatever gets passed is going to have to do with like sports and it's going to have to do with minors, right? But these people that they're empowering, that Joe Rogan is empowering with his lies, they want to get rid of trans people. They want to make it impossible to transition. They want to make it as hard as possible for trans people to live their lives. They don't want trans people to be able to, get their gender on their driver's license. We'll go into that a little bit in Florida. And look, there are places where this is getting pushed back on. There are places where these legislative, adventures are being tried out and are getting slapped down. And sometimes there are even states that you wouldn't expect, states that are a little bit red, right? That don't actually vote positively on this anti-trans legislation. But for the people that are just casually involved in this issue and they, have this preconception that, the woke teacher is out there like transing your kids, right? They don't realize what they're co-signing here. And I think that hopefully, I mean, I don't know how much the story is getting out. It should be, but like, it would be nice if they would recognize that these are the kind of gargoyles that they're empowering here.
Very smart thought there. And I think sometimes what we know legislatively is we have to take sometimes small bites. And I think the thing that we can say is for minors is that they are not capable of providing informed consent. We already regulate what minors can do, but they cannot do. They cannot sign contracts. They cannot buy cigarettes. They cannot consume alcohol. They can't get a tattoo without their parents. We already have some rules regarding that. For minors, the prefrontal cortex is not yet developed.
Yeah, Real Box Head says even when Jamie brings up that Joe Rogan's wrong, Rogan just moves right past it while laughing. Yeah, he acts like, well, maybe I was wrong about that, but I'm definitely right about all the other shit. He never takes it as a moment to question, maybe my sources are wrong, right? Maybe my sources are biased, right? Maybe I've got my head shoved up the ass of the right-wing pipeline so far that I can't even see. And that I'm just willing to believe anything that comes out of that like sewer. He never puts two and two together.
And in fact, that doesn't really develop to the age of 24. So I think there is something to be said for adults being able to weigh the pros and the cons. One of the things the governor did here, he made several mistakes, but one of the things he did do correctly is he actually put back in a couple of things that I had to negotiate out, which one was getting the data. There is no requirements to report the data. I had that in there. It got negotiated out. He actually put that back in, which was a good thing. And then the other thing was, the Planned Parenthoods, they pass out, hormones like candy. And so he's put a stop to that. And
oh my God. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Boxhead. Yeah, he's, let me see if I can find this, right? Because this was a moment right here. This was a moment. Let me see if I can find the Biden thing.
That's where a lot of the adults will go. There's also places like
Wow,
Euphoria and Plume where you can get your letters and you can get your hormones online through an app. Those are some things that we need to, at least slow down the game.
Okay, the way that he's saying that, you can get, I don't know if these are gifties or not, Autumn. I can't tell. There seems to be like an error that goes on. That happens like a month after somebody signs up. It just like automatically assumes that they like renew their membership, and I'm not sure if it's true. So, but yeah, if those are really if those are from somebody that's anonymous, thank you very much. But yeah, I don't know. I think we got a bug. We got a ghost in the machine.
Most people, if they take their time, they won't do this. We know that puberty is the natural cure for this.
Puberty. Okay, so he's reading like a study that is disputed, not just disputed, discredited, I guess I'd say. It's a study on desisters, right? So desistance means, in the case of this study, that they took a sample of children that had exhibited what would be called in any way like gender non-conforming behavior. Now, this could be like, I don't know, like putting on your grandma's slippers, right? This could be like, anything. Like, and kids do that kind of stuff, right? And they take this person that's put on their grandma's their grandma's slippers, and they put them into the study based on that. That is gender non-conforming behavior as reported by the parents. The child is engaging in gender non-conforming behavior. And then they look at the child again when they're 18, and they're like, are you trans now? And in most cases, the question is going to be no. The answer is going to be no. They call that desistance, right? Now, when you say desistance to an audience, what they're thinking of is children that were like, mommy, daddy, I feel like I'm actually the other gender. I feel like I'm a different, gender, and that at some point later, quote unquote, grow out of it, right? And that's the picture that they're trying to paint. They're trying to say, they're trying to attack trans kids based on the idea that that this is just a that the children aren't the ones driving any kind of gender confirming care, right? That it's the parents that are like, oh my gosh, you know what would be cool, honey? If our kid was trans, let's encourage them to be trans. They think that lib parents are like this, right? They have, Joe Rogan's got his head up his ass. I don't know how to explain this, right? And because of this, they're never like acknowledging that there are trans kids. There are kids that realize that they are, in fact, a lot of trans people, recognize their dysphoria or, their identity not matching, their real identity not matching the identity that they're, supposed to occupy at a really early age, right? And it's rhetoric like this that's just kind of forcing them to not get the help that they need, especially with this desisters thing, right? Because they're really distorting the science, right? The science is not talking about trans kids who, or kids who identify what's going on with them as like being trans and then later decide that they were wrong about it, right? Because that's what they're trying to paint the picture. This is the same thing that they do with the detransitioner stuff, right? They want to show you somebody that is like, I thought I was trans, but now I realize that I must not be trans. And most of the time, that is a person who's living in a very conservative, like, home situation. They're being bullied by their parents. They come out as trans, and their parents don't like it, and their friends don't like it, and nobody likes it, and their school doesn't accept them. And they say, geez, if I could just take this back, maybe things would be easier for me, right? And sometimes, in some situations, probably they are. Most detransitioners are later retransitioners, and it's not a very common phenomenon at all. But if they can show you like one or two of these people, and then they can exaggerate like the how common this phenomenon is, then they can get people to think that they are doing a trans person a favor by denying them gender affirming care, right? Because you can't take it back. And in a lot of cases, these are steps that are the first steps that are taken in any kind of transition are steps that can be taken back later, and they are also steps that are not needed to be taken back later, because in most cases, the sooner trans people get gender affirming care, the more of a healthy, happy, fulfilled life that they can live.
5 to 95% of kids who genuinely have gender dysphoria will desist after they go through puberty. But when you put them on,
let me see if I can find this Biden thing.
98% of them will persist, and they'll go into the opposite sex hormones, into the dangerous things. So that
okay, so this guy's
neutral intervention. It is not a
this guy's massively misreading the study.
Pause button, like they say, you are actually affecting the child's mind when you do that, not to mention all the complications that Prisha has gone through and that she's mentioned. Let me add this in too. I got this from Lior Sapir, someone you ought to follow from the Manhattan Institute. And the arguments that they're going to come at you with are going to be based on eminence, not evidence. Eminence, not evidence. And so that means because
it sounds like what you've got is a slogan with like with consonants, not rationality, right? It sounds like you're like, oh yeah, we got this eminence, not
we say so, not because it is so. So they're going to quote to you every organization that supports it, the AFA, the APA, all these different groups.
So in other words, what he's saying is that medical organizations, when they look into these questions and they establish standard of care, right? The medical professionals that have looked at all the research and are actually able to make these decisions have said, this is the procedure for, for gender confirming care for somebody of this age, for somebody of this age, right? And what the Republicans have achieved here is politicizing a medical issue, an issue that is best handled and was handled appropriately by the medical community. To buy into what he's saying, you've got to think that doctors don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're too fucking woke, and they just love the idea of kids transitioning. So if there's any indication at all, they're going to push that kid towards that goal. And that's the opposite of what happens. That's the opposite of what happens. It is very difficult. Anybody who's, gotten gender confirming care, especially as a kid, can tell you that it is not, they're not they're not handing out, HRT or hormone blockers or anything like that. It's quite the opposite.
These different medical associations who say gender affirming care is good. You say, that's great. Where's the evidence? Where's their science? And they don't have it. They don't have it whatsoever. They can't give you any long-term studies of high quality because they don't exist. And the ones that do exist support what we say. And so you have to remind them, well, because you said so is not good enough. They block, the APA.
Wait, whoa. Because you said so is not good enough? What are you doing? What is this guy doing? He's saying so. He's making claims, right? He's telling you not to believe the claims of medical professionals, but you should believe the claims of him. He's read some studies. He's been able to cherry pick some studies that at least have abstracts or titles that sound like they are supporting what he's saying. He doesn't much care. I very much doubt that there's any real academic rigor going into evaluating the studies, interpreting the studies, or anything like that. They're just finding stuff that agrees with what they say and going with it.
The pediatricians who had a call to restudy this and to take this.
Yeah, you got a long-term study there. That's not good enough.
Science.
Here, let's take a look at what's going on. I wanted to show you this Joe Rogan thing on Trump.
Podcast superstar and former Fear Factor host Joe Rogan decided that he wanted to have a conversation.
Oh, you found the Biden thing.
With fighter Bo Nickel about President Biden's diminishing mental capacity. And in order to show us just how bad Biden was, they brought up an incident where President Biden, if you can believe it, I mean, just what a ridiculous.
He's talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons. Hear what he said yesterday?
Biden's slipping mental capacity. Take a look.
Did you hear what he said yesterday or a couple days ago? He's talking about the Revolutionary War. He's like, one of the reasons why we all
he sounds like he just got out of bed, right? He the way he's talking doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the level of brain activity that's going on at this moment in life for Joe Rogan.
The Revolutionary War. One of the problems with the Revolutionary War was they didn't have enough airports.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I saw that. What the hell?
Pull him.
Got him.
It's crazy.
If you had any other job and you were talking like that,
Yeah.
they would go, "Hey, you're done."
If you talk like that to a doctor at your
Yeah.
medical exam to fight, they'd be
Yeah.
like, okay, like obviously you're not fighting. You would also, here's 8 weeks of being helped out by a professional, like
right, you might not ever do anything again.
No, it's
yeah.
it's one of the wildest things ever.
It's insane.
Yeah.
And the media gaslighting you to pretend. It's just people are so afraid of Trump being in office.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because his voice is so low, but he literally sounds like he just rolled out of bed.
Is this the video you're talking about?
Let me see what this one says. I don't think it is.
He looks worked. He looks cooked.
The same stable genius that said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports.
Got him.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
It sounds like a hangover.
Just for the record.
Oh my God! No, he just heard the whole thing. So this isn't a thing. Like I thought maybe there would be like a clip that he was watching that just took it out of context. But it's not out of context. The same stable genius that said, right? Joe is half asleep here. Like he is embarrassing himself in a way that I feel like if he was a little bit more awake and a little bit more attentive, that's the irony of this is we're talking about Joe Biden and his mental decline, and nobody's talking about Joe Rogan and his, I don't know, it could be a hangover. It could be he's not getting enough sleep. It could be that he woke up late that day. I don't know, he's going off caffeine. There could be a million things, right? But Joe, you didn't listen to that clip.
Is that fake?
It's not fake.
It's not fake, but if you actually listen to it, you'll see that he's talking about the same stable genius. Who could that be? Who's the same stable genius? Who's the stable genius? I believe we have the stable genius right here, folks.
I did everything right and they indicted
That's
me.
who we're talking about. That's the stable genius, right? That's it's hard to miss.
But he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump saying it in 2019.
Oh.
It's a real Sleepy Joe, yeah.
Trump said something about that. And he didn't.
Oh, okay then. Well, it still doesn't prove it just doesn't disprove my thesis that President Biden is on a steep mental decline and should not even be running, whereas Trump is a stable genius, apparently.
Jesus, he said a stable genius.
You thought he said stable Jesus? What the fuck what did Rogan think he was talking about?
Transcription.
Let me hear what it says.
Let me hear what he says. Yeah, listen.
June of 1775.
Oh my God.
The Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York, and named after the great George Washington, Commander-in-Chief. The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he fucked up.
Yeah, he did. But I feel like
Took over
that's
the airport.
you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you could tell he messed up his words, but yeah. He was just, I don't know.
Took over the airports.
Well, that's
It
the
is
thing
funny.
about the thing
Okay.
about media these days. It's like
I gotta admit, that's actually kind of scary for me. Do you know what it sounds like? Ad break incoming in 5 minutes. Thank you for letting me know that, because I need to let chat know that we've got that incoming too. Yeah, here's what's scary to me. Okay, in a coup or a rebellion, I guess the forces would take over the airports. That would be a strategic objective. Is Trump accidentally spilling his plans?
Right.
you
never
gotta
know.
look into it.
I don't. Where does that come from? Take over the airports. It's like one thing if he's I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think of if it was a more modern thing and he's talking about cell phones in the Reagan administration and forgetting that people didn't have cell phones in the Reagan picked up his cell phone and he said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? And he doesn't realize, there, wasn't really, it wasn't it wouldn't, I mean, maybe there were cell phones, but they weren't in common usage, right? It's not something like that where it's just a little slip of the mind. We're talking about airports in revolutionary like in the revolutionary colonies, right? That's what's going on here.
Who said it? And Biden was simply making fun of him. Because, you know, the media manipulated it. And I love how
these people have been acclimated to looking at a naked orange emperor and saying that those shit stains on his pants aren't shit stains on his pants, right? They have gotten to the point where they cannot see what is staring them in the face, right? They will not see that. Like, it's weird that this narrative about Biden even took off, considering that Trump has been sundowning since 2016. It's really strange. Wait, is he naked or wearing shit pants? Both. That's how bad Trump is, right? It's both. It's not an important, it's an important detail, and it's a good catch. But no, I was kind of doing that up for effect. Anyway, one thing that I'm not doing for effect is serving you up with ad breaks every hour on the hour for 3 full minutes. That's right. So that you don't have to watch pre-roll ads, which are even worse than this, right? We've got an ad break at the top of every hour. It's coming at you in exactly 2 minutes. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can get out of that situation for free with a Twitch Prime sub, right? You can also pay money to get out of that situation if you don't have a Twitch Prime sub, or if you're lucky enough, you might be hit with a gift sub or a community sub. That can happen, that does happen, that will happen, that's happened actually during this stream even, but it's more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. No, I was purposely, mixing my metaphors.
End it like, yeah, man.
Just like I mix my drinks.
That's why you gotta check the media, man. You are the media. You're the largest podcast.
Sadly, yes. In
the United States of America. You are the media. And
you are the media, Joe.
Because you didn't bother to do your homework. You just saw a thing, probably on a right-wing website. Maybe you only saw that clip of Biden. And you're like, oh my God, look at this. We have.
Okay, so anyway, that is how Joe Rogan's brain is working these days.
And to do a deeper analysis, they blocked that motion. They wouldn't accept it because they don't want to know. They just want to tell you what they think. It is very political in the medical world. Never forget.
Here, let me take a look at. Okay, so Natalie's got the clip for us too.
And we're taking steps to address the harm of social media is doing to our young people, and it is doing harm. We've got the whole.
Oh my God, Biden's gonna take down ByteDance.
Accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit.
That's such a weird thing to say. They're holding no companies accountable for anything that they're doing, right? It's such a weird claim for Biden to be making.
Later this week.
Like, this isn't what the government does on any level. And the fact that they're looking to shut down TikTok? When all these there's so many examples of industries that need to be regulated, industries that maybe even were regulated like 20, 30, 40 years ago, that have essentially achieved regulatory capture, that for every industry there is a regulatory body in the government that's supposed to kind of make sure that they're not like harming the public and stuff like that, that nothing they're doing is causing harm, right? And, it should be free and fierce and independent, but instead, the person that gets named for that regulatory office is somebody who worked in the industry prior to that, right? And somebody who plans on working in the industry after their regulatory job in the executive branch, right? Or in whatever branch, right? So it's just wild, but I mean, it makes sense because, this is like what the media is focusing on. This is what the Republicans are focusing on. If you ask the Republicans, China is transing our kids through TikTok. They're, no, your kids are less transphobic than you are, and your kids are on TikTok and you're not on TikTok, and therefore people their age make videos that aren't fucking bigoted, and that's why you see pro-trans content on TikTok.
Senators will debate legislation protect kids' privacy online, which I've been calling for 2 years. It matters.
Yeah, capitalism always leads to monopoly, and it tends to lead to regulatory capture too, right? Which is the situation that I described, where the person overseeing an industry is a person with ties to that industry, and that whose bread is going to be buttered once again by that industry when they get done with that job, right? So there's a huge conflict of interest. They've captured the industry that was supposed to regulate, they've captured the office that was supposed to regulate them, right? You see this all over the place, and yet Biden is talking about, well, we're going to crack the whip on TikTok and all the social media, and they're running these experiments on our kids. Oh my God. Somebody wrote a book about that once, I believe.
I really mean it. Think about it. You ever get a chance to look at what your kids are looking at online?
Wait, is this the right one? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this is yeah, COSA is a bill that is presented as protect the children, from social media, and is actually going to end up with censorship of LGBTQ people. This is important, though. I'm glad you sent me this, Natalie. It's not what I was looking for, but this is definitely something that bears repeating. We need to stop older people from deciding the future and the fate of younger generation, because it will always turn out like this. Listen to us. Stop COSA and COPA. Wow. I don't know if that was a real membership or that was regulatory capture. No, that was a real one. Morbius Dragon. Thank you for the gift membership to Havoc, who just got weaseled. Havoc, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. You can post your weasels in chat now to celebrate the weaseling that has occurred. What am I? Look, I do appreciate that there's a lot going on in stream suggestions, right? If you haven't checked out stream suggestions yet, it's in our Discord, and it's a place for people to post literally suggestions for streams. So if there's something that I'm not looking at, that I'm not talking about, and you think I should be talking about it, post it there. I can't get to everything, but I will get to as much as I can. Okay, so we got a little bit more bad news, and then I'm going to end on some good news, right? Good news when it comes to anti-trans legislation, which is something that you don't hear very much, right? It's good news when it doesn't pass, right? So this is just in stunning news released overnight. Florida Department of Motor Vehicles has now banned gender marker changes unilaterally. A letter released says that all trans people misrepresenting their gender. So the government is, taking a side against trans people, right? Misrepresenting their gender, right? Are guilty of fraud, revocations likely. This is what happens with DeSantis as governor. And unfortunately, there are a lot of there's a lot of DeSantises in a lot of states, right? He's not as unique as sometimes people will make him out to be. Florida misrepresenting gender on driver's licenses fraud. So essentially, when in every state, there's a procedure if you're transitioning to get your license changed, right? To match, who you are. Because it'd be weird if like a cop pulled you over and your license says one thing and your maybe presentation says another thing, right? And you're more likely to be subjected to to mistreatment by the cops that way as well, right? So most states have a process for changing the gender marker once somebody is changing their gender, right? The letter, which appears to have been confirmed this morning by Representative Escamani, has the immediate effect of locking all computer system gender marker changes, effective immediately. One section of the letter states that the office is now interpreting gender to mean biological sex. So yeah, that is a political stance being taken by the government, which is literally anti-scientific, right? Synonymous with... It states that allowing trans people to have the correct gender marker would, quote unquote, frustrate the state's ability to enforce its laws. These laws include a criminal bathroom ban, which, some of these things do not stand up in court, right? Like that might get knocked down by the courts, right? By which people can be arrested in many public buildings for if they use the quote unquote incorrect bathroom. By disallowing and outlawing gender marker changes, they could conceivably ID people accused of being trans in the bathroom. Importantly, another section, which, when this stuff goes on, right, it's not just trans people that get hassled. It's not just trans people that get harassed, right? There's cis people whose gender presentation doesn't match somebody's idea of what it should be, get harassed as well, right? Importantly, another section states that anyone who misrepresents their gender is guilty of fraud, with criminal and civil penalties, as well as cancellation, suspension, or revocation of driver's license. Such revocations may happen if, for instance, a trans person is stopped by a police officer who learns that they are transgender. It could result in many trans Floridians losing driving privileges and will likely force many out of the state. Forcing transgender people to carry licenses on them that out them as trans puts them in a serious predicament, and it has ugly historical precedents, right? They may be questioned when presenting a license that doesn't match their gender and will force them to out themselves every time. It appears to be done in advance of House Bill 1233 and 1639 bills moving through that would make it against the law to change one's driver's license. Many trans Floridians have considered changing their licenses early to get ahead of the legislation being considered, which, like if DeSantis gets his way, may not be enough, right? So yeah, it's a really dangerous situation for trans people in Florida right now. Okay, so I told you I'm giving you the bad news first. That means that I've also got good news for you. And it's nice to be able to share some good news when it comes to anti-trans legislation, because a lot of it's not great. Oh, this is a long thread. This is an exceptionally long thread. Wow. Happening now, Iowa is hearing HB 2082, which would remove gender identity protections under the Civil Rights Acts and declare transgender people disabled. It would remove virtually all civil rights protections for trans people in the state. Yeah, so this was being covered live. This is in Iowa, right? So I'm not expecting much, right? If I hear about anti-trans legislation in Iowa and you ask me if I think it's going to pass, I'm going to say sadly yes, right? That's just my, preconception of red states. There's currently a massive crowd outside the hearing room. Right, so people are showing up to protest. Here's the scene. So after a lot of people showing up to protest, after a lot of testimony, after all these hearings, and again, this is Iowa.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Yeah, she's live tweeting the event. True. Okay, so it is official. HB 2082, which would remove trans people from the Civil Rights Code in Iowa, has been killed after a massive showing against it and only 3 in favor. Incredible showing by trans advocates and allies in Iowa today. So yeah, some good news after a lot of bad news, and just wanted to share that with you, because I know, like, especially if you're trans, like, this stuff is hard to take, this stuff is hard to hear, this stuff is hard to deal with if you live in Florida, right? How scary is that? How scary is that you could be found guilty of a criminal infraction just by having a license that has the, your gender marker on it, right? It's nice that they're rare Iowa W. Yeah, I mean, and look, there are signs that this kind of stuff is not an election winner, even in some very red states, right? There's obviously, exceptions to that, but this is definitely a silver lining. All right, so I told you we were going to talk about Pokimane today. Not to be confused with Pokimane. No, wait, we already did talk about Pokimane. I also told you we were going to talk about Taylor Swift today, and I meant it. I meant it. That is true. And that is what we're moving to next. Actually, let me see. We can probably start with I'm trying to remember that channel, like Internet Today, yeah. Internet Today has got this story for us to just give us like a little grounding in what's going on, and then we'll take a little tour around the internet and see what the chuds are actually saying about Taylor Swift.
Reconcile with Robert Evans already and binge BTP. I can binge BTP.
That's some old content. Yeah, we covered Vosh burning the bridge with Behind the Bastards for no reason whatsoever.
Public toilets. Certainly more than one.
I should probably put that video out. Okay, so
Anyways, in other Taylor Swift news, she continues to piss off conservatives by simply existing. And now...
Oh yeah, Shakespeare, you're the one who put that in stream suggestions. Yeah, I just couldn't find it for a second.
Thanks to the recent AFC championship win by my Kansas City Chiefs, the GOP and conservative media are collectively losing their goddamn minds and breathing new life into a conspiracy that was promoted earlier this month that actually Taylor Swift, she's a government psy-op. This is all, you're being fooled. Bunch of sheeple.
It's so funny that this was a relatively big story on Fox News like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And now they're like, they were onto something.
She's trying to hypnotize young people into like being civic-minded. How dare she?
The devil incarnate.
But yeah, this time around, it's not just the
She's the devil in disguise.
Cranks on Fox News or Newsmax. It also includes former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, who blasted the
She's telling dirty lies.
allegations that Taylor Swift is somehow engaged in a government-led conspiracy to his 2 million followers, saying, I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month, and I wonder if there's a major presidential endorsement coming.
This is amazing, right? Vivek is, of all the candidates, he's the one who's willing to signal the most mask-off kind of like QAnon, like batshit stuff. He's like the MTG candidate, right? He's definitely like the space lasers candidate, right? And here he is. Here he is. I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month. Like, listen, there's a good chance it's the Chiefs, right? My understanding, and I'm not a football head, okay? I don't know that much. I don't keep up with football, but I do know that in the last 4 years, I think 3 times the Chiefs have been to the Super Bowl, and don't they win a lot, right? They're a really good team, right? The way that, like, I guess like a number of years ago, the Patriots were pretty dominant. The Chiefs have been doing well. And if you don't know how football works, right, it is not entirely the same team from year to year. There's a draft where college players become available to be picked by the NFL, and they get picked by the teams, and they go, so you got people joining, you got people retiring, you got possibly people being traded. But for the most part, the teams are, really similar makeup. Most of the players that are on the team from one year are going to be on the team the next year, right? So it's not weird that a team would be dominant or at least, really competitive for a long time.
From an artificially, culturally propped up couple this fall. Just some wild speculation over here. Let's see how it ages over the next 8 months. Adding what the MSM calls a conspiracy theory.
But, I mean, this is some Alex Jones shit. Like, you make a million predictions, and you count on the fact that the ones that you get wrong, people are just going to forget about. And then when you get one right, because you're just, like, throwing a bunch of shit against the wall, and, like, one thing sticks, oh my god. Oh my god, Vivek's got secret knowledge. He must be talking to Q.
Often nothing more than an amalgam of incentives hiding in plain sight. Once you see that, the rest becomes pretty obvious. And that tweet even got a response from King of the Dorks himself, Elon Musk, who quote tweeted it with exactly. Yes, the US government, which just repeatedly just can't fucking do anything right, has managed to somehow trick like literally probably billions of people on the planet Earth into being fans of a pop singer.
Yes.
For reasons.
Yeah, it's totally a trick, right? Because there's nothing like about Taylor Swift's music or about Taylor Swift or the fact that she connects with, people of various age groups, right? That she's been, like Taylor Swift, if you don't know, has been making hits since like 2000 and whatever, right? Like she's been at this for a really long time. And she's got fans that are her age. She's got fans that are a little bit older than her, and she's got fans that are much younger than her. So yeah, like her concerts literally boosted the U.S. economy. Like her concerts, right? Her concert tour was a factor in this country's economics, right? She's moving, a lot of money with those concerts, and so anyway.
Soon. All become clear.
Not only that, they have convinced a pop.
I need more Void coffee. Yeah, you're right.
A billionaire.
Yeah.
To convince that entire fan base to simply vote. And that is bad. But it doesn't stop there, because the U.S. government has also been in cahoots with the National Football League to make sure that they rig games in favor of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Orchestrating a Super Bowl matchup where Taylor Swift and soon-to-be world champion Travis Kelce are going to then magically convince a bunch of people who weren't going to vote for Biden to vote for Biden.
Yeah.
This thing goes so deep.
I saw a post today. It was like that classic like meme. It's like a real photo of like the high school quarterback like kissing his girlfriend who's a cheerleader, and it's like conservatives are like, this is what America's all about here. And so it's like, you literally have this. You have like one of the best fucking athletes in the country, about to go to the Super Bowl, whose girlfriend is a blue-eyed blonde country singer. You literally have this, and like you are losing your goddamn minds about it. It's making you so unhappy.
Also, I thought conservatives weren't watching football anymore.
Yeah, which is it? I thought you quit that stuff. You burned all your gear. Some of you even burned your Super Bowl tickets. You were steaming mad.
Yeah.
Why do you care? You got called.
So the reference here is Colin Kaepernick and the protests that he was doing, taking a knee during the national anthem. This, of course, incensed a lot of Republicans who were anti-BLM from the get-go, and view like performative patriotism as the greatest of all virtues, and the fact that somebody would use the national anthem as a time to take a knee and protest was just anathema to them, right? And so many conservatives wrote off the NFL as woke for not shit canning him. I need Nespresso. Nespresso? Is that like any espresso? Is it like a espresso machine that looks like an old school Wii?
College football, you got high school football,
yeah,
Canadian football. Come on.
Well, this, of course, follows tweets from months prior that indicated Swift would be a curse on the Chiefs franchise. So I don't know. That's also up in the air. Which one is it? She either apparently was going to curse the franchise, or now it's a Psy-OP that she's single-handedly responsible for them winning.
She has like definitely inflated their fandom. People are sharing pictures of posts from like the Taylor Swift like subreddit of just all these Swifties like who've never watched football in their lives, like posting about the game and like.
Okay, so
it as absolutely.
So here's what happens. Like Taylor Swift, when she dates people, it's kind of like she takes them home to her parents. But instead of her parents, it's the Swifties, right? And if it's somebody that the Swifties don't like, then that causes real problems. But if it's somebody that the Swifties do like, then you get this kind of stuff where they are now not just into Taylor Swift's stuff, but they are into, her boyfriend's stuff as well.
Gotten like a ton of young women into football.
If nothing else, it is great for the survival of the sport of football. But anyways, now that the Chiefs are heading to the Super Bowl, Swift is actually a government asset that is working in tandem with the NFL to secure a Biden victory in November. Which is obviously fucking insane. But it's absolutely a story that will work on their base, which is filled with people who hate women, people who hate the exposure that Swift has gotten on game day broadcasts, and people who are convinced that the Illuminati is in complete control of everything, despite it theoretically being easier for the presumed powers that be to simply present a better candidate for the Democratic Party than Joe Biden.
Right.
Why isn't that the goal?
Like, of all of the administrations to ascribe this kind of like all-powerful menace to, like it's especially funny for it to be this administration. The man can't even talk.
Yeah, instead,
this is Illuminati. This is the dichotomy of Biden, right? You got Sleepy Joe and you got Dark Brandon. And they really believe in both, right? Biden is at the same time completely out of it, completely incompetent, completely without cognitive faculties, and a mastermind genius that is gonna, and like, look, if you want to know what is behind this, what's going on in the Trumpies' head to make them think this, right? My idea is this, okay? They thought they had a good thing with Trump. They believed that a guy whose brand was presenting himself as the hyper-competent businessman, the author of The Art of the Deal, right? Just the, penultimate capitalist. That's the highest form of life, I guess, right? And once we get this guy into power, things are going to be really, really good. And they're going to stay good because he's going to get reelected. Everybody's going to see how good he is, right? And it didn't happen. It didn't happen, right? They are bit in the same way that Hillary Clinton supporters were bit by Donald Trump's win in 2016. They are bit by Joe Biden's win in 2020, right? They couldn't believe it. They never saw it coming. They continued to deny and deny and deny and deny. And at this point, they are afraid that the sure thing that they think that they have again, because if you look at the polls, right, Trump is crushing it. Biden has cratered. Biden has absolutely, betrayed like so many constituencies, and have people just like not excited about voting for him. And so it looks really good for Trump, but they're paranoid at this point that something's going to come from the deep state and it's going to take it away. And when they see Taylor Swift and hear stories like the X percent of people say that they would be more likely to vote for a candidate if they were endorsed by Taylor Swift, then they start to get nervous, and they can't shake this nervousness. So what they're doing now is they are theory crafting, they are world building, they are going through predictions of like, how is this exactly going to work? What's going to go on? And so that you have stuff like that Vivek Ramaswamy tweet.
Have to somehow enlist the world's biggest pop star and one of the world's most popular NFL players to fake being in love, then convince the NFL to rig a bunch of football games to create a storyline that ends with the Chiefs making it to the Super Bowl, which, by the way...
And these are the people that think that, I don't know, Michelle Obama is trans, half of the celebrities out there are trans. JFK Jr. is still alive, and he's just been in hiding, and he's going to come back to run with Trump. Trump is still in power somehow. There's that whole canard. The U.S. is under maritime law, and somehow the Hillary Clinton is secretly in Guantanamo Bay, just waiting to be executed. They've believed a lot of crap, right? So here they go again. Theory building. And it's messy.
The Chiefs have made it to 4 out of the past 5.
Yeah.
So 4 out of 5.
The help of Taylor Swift. Turns out they might actually just be a good team.
Yeah. Historically, a pretty good team.
Even though they didn't win all the Super Bowls, and they might not win this one.
Yeah, but they made it all the way to the big game.
That's right.
As they call it. Anyway, here's more examples of the brainworms currently infecting conservatives online.
Look, does anybody know football? Anybody in chat? It's your turn, sports fans, to give me your impression, to give me your predictions, let's just say. Okay, so I'm not going to say 1 and 2. I'm going to say type the name of the team. If you're a true sports fan, if you're a true football fan, right, type the name of the team that you think is going to win the Super Bowl. Will it be the Kansas City Chiefs or will it be the San Francisco 49ers? What do you think, chat? Who's got the momentum? Who's going to win this year? Who's got the juice?
Alina Habba posts comparison of herself to Taylor Swift on Instagram. Who thinks this country needs a lot more women like Alina Habba and a lot less like Taylor Swift? Hand raised emoji.
Oh my God. Okay.
Verified loser?
So no, I've seen this kind of post before on Twitter, but it's usually like somebody that's not Barron Trump posting who thinks that Barron Trump is a better son than Hunter Biden, right? That's how this will usually manifest. Who thinks that, X is a better Y than Z, right? And that's the formula. But it's usually not the person that is like, who thinks that I am a better something other than this other person, right? That's just weirdly egotistical. My little brother really wants it to be the 49ers, but I'll bet on the Chiefs. Hillary says Chiefs.
Bikini pics of her being like,
don't you wish this was your lawyer?
Hey, libs, this is Trump's lawyer. Any questions?
Do you know what would be kind of fun? I mean, I don't know if we're going to do this, right? I don't know. It's I don't think I enjoy football that much, but because it involves politics this year, what if I were to watch the Super Bowl on stream? Now, I don't mean to simulcast the Super Bowl, right? You're not going to be seeing the Super Bowl right here, right? You would be watching the Super Bowl. I would be watching the Super Bowl, but the Super Bowl will not be on screen, but I will be reacting to the Super Bowl. Does that sound like fun? Does that sound like a good time?
And then like 12 hours later, just like Trump owes $80 million.
I'm pretty sure we can do that.
If they want to appeal, he has to come up with the money
Yeah.
to like put in like what is essentially a court escrow.
Yeah, just financially ruined.
Yeah.
So yeah, great stuff.
Here's another. What's happening with Taylor Swift is not organic and natural. It's an op. We all feel it. We all know it.
Oh my God, it's end wokeness.
Decides to root for the 49ers despite hating the city for all the standard reasons conservatives hate San Francisco for, telling them to win, and that if you don't, Mr. Pfizer and his girlfriend are going to tour the country as world.
Can somebody explain this to me? He's sponsored by Pfizer? What's up with, why do they call him Mr. Pfizer? I keep on hearing this.
Champions helping elect Joe Biden. World War III will likely follow in a
Shakespeare, I definitely need a NCC Weasel onesie.
Biden term, and millions will die. The fate of the free world rests upon your shoulders.
Wow.
Buddy, World War III is happening in this administration. Look out.
Yeah, this time around. And then there's this Ravens fan who was furious that CBS would even show Taylor Swift on screen during the game.
I don't give a fuck about her! Stop showing her!
Okay, buddy.
Was that Boblox? Was that Bobby? Did we have a Bobby side? That was not Bobby, was it? That sounded so much.
Because he's talking about tenuous.
This idle animation.
Stop laughing at Sonic! Because he's talking about.
Let's roll that back for a second. Wait, does that sound, do we have a match?
As world champions, helping elect Joe.
Do we have a match, chat?
World War III will likely follow in a second Biden term, and millions will die. The fate of the free world rests upon your shoulders.
Wow.
Buddy, World War III is happening in this administration. Look out.
Yeah, this time around. And then there's this Ravens fan who was furious that CBS would even show Taylor Swift on screen during the game.
I don't give a fuck about her! Stop showing her!
Okay, stop showing her versus...
Stop laughing at Sonic!
That, they've got to be related. Kelsey partnered with Pfizer for a COVID vaccine media campaign. That's why they hate. Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, a great way to be hated by chuds everywhere and conspiracy theorists too, right? This is making more sense how this happened. How this conspiracy theory came to be.
Okay, buddy, look, according to analysis done by viewers, Swift was shown a whopping 4 times during the 3+ hour game this past Sunday, accounting for 32 seconds of screen time. And she has apparently gone so far as to tell the people who are in charge of the production of the football games to please do not show her.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure that she doesn't fucking like this either, because I guarantee you she just wants to act like a normal.
Yeah. So in other words, what they're doing, she's in the stadium, like she's dating this guy, she's going to his game, she's being supportive. Sorry, did I say husband? Boyfriend, right? She's being supportive of her boyfriend. And, because there's Taylor Swift in the stands, like the media's like, ooh, hey, let's take a look and see what, look there, we got Taylor Swift. Like they just probably just keep on cutting to her.
Yeah. Also, it's like anytime celebrities are at sporting events,
they put them on the screen.
The camera.
At the 49ers,
I've seen it.
They were putting the guy from Grateful Dead on the screen.
Not Jerry Garcia.
Wait, no, that's not the guy from Grateful Dead. That's the guy from that's the THC and Sebe Day guy from the movie Still Smoke. That's Tommy. No, wait, is it?
Not him. One of the guys left alive. I don't know. I'm not a fucking Grateful.
Is that a Grateful Dead person? It looks like Chong.
Dead fan. But what I'm saying is they show celebrities all the time.
Tommy Chong.
And ironically,
which is related to the Grateful Dead, I suppose.
Taylor Swift is causing or creating so much carbon emissions flying around all these games, and it's like, Do you believe in climate
Yeah,
change or not?
which
I'm
is
very
it?
confused.
I do love that they're now just reflexively cheering for the San Francisco team, even though like
They hate San
San
Francisco.
Francisco.
Oh my God.
It's attained Chicago levels of just like they've created
Hatred.
a whole separate reality in their head.
Yeah.
And they hate everything about San Francisco.
So what Sam Cedar says is that whenever he talks to anybody that lives in the Midwest or the South or someplace, you know, not a big city, and they ask him where does he live, and he says New York City, they're like, oh my gosh, how is that? Are you okay? Are you like constantly having to dodge like bullets and muggings and like, right? They have a really twisted idea of what goes on in big cities, but particularly Chicago. And there's definitely like a racist dog whistly aspect of that. Also part of the conspiracy that there are be a proposal that the Super Bowl after Kelsey scores the game. Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the beginning. Yeah. The idea that like, and he's a tight end, which from what I know of football, the most likely person to catch a pass is the wide receiver, right? The tight end is closer to the offensive line, and the wide receiver, see, I know football, Chad, I know football, right? The wide receiver is further away, right? So it's easier for this person that's kind of like further away from everybody to get down the field and catch that touchdown in the end zone, right? Throwing it to the tight end is maybe not as common, but it can happen. So yeah, you know, he could, you know, like anybody could catch that pass, right? That's in the, you know, but the idea would be he catches the pass, scores the winning touchdown, and then he pulls out the ring and proposes. But I mean, this is all headcanon. This is right-wing headcanon, right? This is not anything with any like level of like supporting evidence or anything like that, right?
Have to begrudgingly cheer for San Francisco because it's the lesser of two evils. It's the only way.
It's so weird.
The Pfizer, Mr. Pfizer, and Mrs. Joe
Mrs.
Biden.
Biden.
Yeah.
And we do have San Francisco news coming up in a little bit. But yeah, aside from all these weirdos, the biggest news network in the nation, especially when it comes to your angry relatives, dedicated plenty of screen time to their annoyance with Swift on Monday. And here's just one or two clips of people angrily talking about being sick of her while still dedicating segments to her.
It is so scary. There was a recent poll. 1/5 of Taylor Swift fans said they would back whichever candidate that she endorsed.
Okay, now that is okay. Wait. That's a little bit scary. Like I can understand like if there's like a certain number of Swifties who, you know, would say they're like more likely to vote for a Democratic candidate if they back Taylor Swift, but the idea that she could be like, yeah, let's get Richard Spencer in there, and they'd be like, okay, let's do Nick Fuentes this time, and they'd be like, okay, let's do, you know what I mean, like anybody, right? I'm sure they don't mean like anybody, right? They're assuming maybe a little bit about Taylor's politics and who she would back and who she wouldn't back, and that's probably how this whole thing works out. But that is a little scary that they're literally like, yeah, whoever Taylor Swift says is good, I'm gonna back. If it's Trump, it's Trump. If it's Biden, it's Biden. It's weird.
Election strategy of a winning campaign. This smacks of desperation, and the fact that he's clinging to Taylor Swift, who he couldn't even pick out of a lineup without Jill going like this. That's Taylor. Tells me everything you know about Joe
Is the
Biden.
strategy to owe $83 million for defaming?
No, wait a minute. That's Sam Cedar that cannot pick Taylor Swift out of a lineup, right? There's like very few people at this point who don't know who Taylor Swift is. Like one of them is Sam Cedar. I doubt that one of them is Joe Biden, because most people are aware of Taylor Swift, right? You have tightish ends. Yeah, there's the tight end and there's the wide receiver. It sounds very sounds like a double entendre, which football is full of, right? My mom is suddenly against Trump. I think it may be because of Taylor Swift. That's awesome.
Taylor Swift's endorsement.
Why alienate your fans, the Swifties? You know, they come across from every political ideology. Why put yourself in one area? So don't get involved.
I mean, it is true that if there are a lot of content creators that will avoid questions of politics to maintain that sort of normie appeal to maintain the broadest swath possible of people that have good feelings about them. But at the same time, I feel like the Taylor Swift demographic, it leans left. You know, it's not they're not like, you know, leftists. They're not like, you know, right? But it leans left.
Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
And even a few more politicians got in on it. Here's Georgia politician Candace Taylor, who probably hates the fact that she shares a name with Miss Swift, having the funniest and clearly the most insane take. I tried to warn y'all back in October that the influence of Taylor Swift on our youth with witchcraft was
witchcraft. Oh,
and Luciferian.
Luciferian. Oh my God.
Use her now to elect
hopefully chat will
White House to destroy what's left of America. No surprise here.
When did she do?
Hopefully we'll be able to get into the Luciferian conspiracy tonight too.
Is witchcraft.
This is why, like,
does she travel by plane or by broom? Make up your fucking minds.
Like, everything Lil Nas X does, like, when I see it, I'm like, okay, this is like some edgelord shit.
Yeah.
But like,
basically,
it gets a reaction.
Yeah.
These people think he's literally like putting the devil into you just by watching, like, his music videos, and so that it's cool. I respect what he's doing.
Yeah, Taylor's a little more subtle about it.
Right. If you pause in the middle of what other people will tell you is buffering, if you pause there, you'll see that her eyes turn into reptilian slit eyes for a brief moment, exposing her true nature.
Oh, yep.
But it's not just Republicans who are going crazy. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi reminded everyone why age limits are important when it comes to politicians by claiming, without any evidence, that some protesters calling for a ceasefire in Gaza might be funded by, right.
Okay, no, I didn't want to, like, right, this is a separate segment. I don't want to cannibalize too much of Internet Today's coverage, but I have meant to discuss this with you, so now is as good of time as any to talk about Nancy Pelosi. So it's not just the chuds, it's not just the hogs that are out there having conspiracy theories, right? Nancy Pelosi herself has gotten into the game. What if you can't beat them, join them, and Nancy Pelosi definitely can't beat them. So she's got a conspiracy theory of her own to put forward now.
And that she's annoyed that they keep protesting in front of her house. It couldn't possibly be the fact that an entire generation of people are watching a genocide live on social media for months on end and thinking maybe, just maybe, Israel's going a little too far with all of the just widespread death, destruction, and morbid celebration associated with it.
There is...
It's definitely all part of old Vladimir Putin's plan.
There is a huge generational disconnect here.
They'd probably be fanning the flames through social media, but like, come on. To make a statement that ignores the very real, very organic cries for a ceasefire from people who are tired of our government supporting and funding the destruction, it's maddening.
Yes.
And
So-
here's the clip. And
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is talking about a phenomenon that she is not the only one who's experiencing, right? All of the Dems who are enabling what's going on in Gaza, including Biden, are having to contend with protests erupting during their speeches, with people that are upset about it, that want to bring attention to it, saying so at the rally. And what does Nancy Pelosi think this is coming from?
For some reason,
Where does she think this is?
quote it, but here you go.
They're in front of my house all the time. So I have a feeling for what feelings they have. But we have to think about what we're doing. And what we have to do is...
Oh my God, great idea. This is worse than Jordan Peterson advice. Like, Jordan Peterson is like, clean your room. Stand up straight, you know? I mean, like, it's pretty fucking obvious, Jordan, okay? You know, like, you're not wrong, but it's, you know, it's not great advice. But what we have to think, use your brains, okay? Think about, thank you, Nancy. That was what I was missing. I forgot to think about it. And now that I'm thinking about it, genocide is perfectly that's nothing to see here. Nothing wrong with that. Did we get to the top of the hour ad break yet? We are like 13 minutes away from that, I think. Wait, are we? Yeah, no, wait, it's gonna happen. Is it gonna happen? Oh my God. Did it happen? We're close to it, right? So I should probably tell you, if you didn't just experience an ad break on Twitch and you don't have a sub, that is because it's coming right at you, which it does every hour, just about on the hour. And anytime now, it should be making its presence known. So, you know, that's 3 minutes of ads pumped directly into your eyeballs, and there's nothing you can do about it except for possibly use a Twitch Prime sub for free to get out of that ad break. No cost to you, puts money in my pockets, helps me out, helps the stream continue, helps me bring this to you, you know, day after day. Might even, you know, at various times might even help the stream go a little bit longer, right? And gives you weasels as well. You can also pay $5 ransom, eyeball ransom. Like if you want your eyeballs back from Twitch, you can get them back for $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you are lucky enough to benefit from somebody else's generosity, which can happen, which does happen, which has happened during this very stream, right? Your best bet, your most likely odds, is to be active in chat, because if people can see that you don't have a sub already, they're gonna maybe preferentially choose you, right? They're gonna be Pikachu, I choose you, and you're gonna get out of the ad break through sheer luck. It can happen.
This is women and children, people who don't have a place to go. So let's address that. But for them to call for a ceasefire is Mr. Putin's message. Mr. Putin's message. Make no mistake.
Vladimir Putin, yeah, known for his sympathy, known for his peace-loving ways. Yes, it's Vladimir Putin's message. It is not just something that Vladimir Putin is grifting on, right? Because it's easy pickings for him to be against the horrible thing that the United States, that an ally of the United States is doing, and that the United States is very much enabling, right? It's definitely because Putin believes that shit, right? That's, oh my God, Nancy, come on. Putin sent, like, all those protesters, they're like, yeah, Putin sent me. That's right. I got the rubles in my bank account this morning. And they said, go and bother Nancy Pelosi, go disrupt her speech.
It's directly connected to what he would like to see. Same thing with Ukraine. It's about Putin's message. I think some of these protesters are spontaneous and organic, and
some of them.
Some, I think,
maybe like one or two
to Russia, and I say that having looked at this.
Okay, so look,
time now, as you know.
Blue Anon is a strange thing to be talking about, right? In the face of QAnon. Obviously, I wouldn't compare it in terms of scale, in terms of audacity, in terms of detachment from reality. But yeah, this is Blue Anon. Like, this is a fucked up conspiracy theory from well, I won't say from the left, right? From the center, I guess. Why am I the devil? I look nothing like Kris Jenner? Wait, is this something that's happening in chat? Pelosi uses the Trump tactics of insane accusations to make them look true by suggesting people should be investigated. I guess this is how Democrats adapt to the age of conspiracy. I don't think this is healthy. I don't think this is good.
She then says that she thinks some financing should be investigated by the FBI.
Oh, good. Yeah, let's put fuck it. We're doing LBJ 2.0. Let's check all the fucking boxes. Let's get the FBI investigating
anti-war protests.
Any left-wing movement, all anti-war protests.
Again, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that's seeing the parallels between 68 and 2024. Again, with LBJ, you had a candidate that basically co-signed the Vietnam War, which was fine until it became extremely unpopular, and stayed in the campaign, was going to run as an incumbent, and until it just became untenable for him to do so, and dropped out at that point, just because he was so unpopular about that time.
Under the insane, misguided guise that this must be the Russians.
Yeah, the bit about suggesting that the FBI look into some of these domestic protests it's an absolutely insane thing to say out loud. Typically, that's the kind of shit that politicians engage in behind closed doors. So, props to her for saying it on a nationwide broadcast that she thinks some of these protests made up of United States citizens should be investigated by the FBI.
Damn, Nancy.
Yeah, she wild.
So this was obviously received very poorly by people who consider themselves members of her party, causing her reps to publish a follow-up statement to clarify what Grandma just said. From the New York Times, her remarks appear to be the first time a prominent U.S. politician has publicly suggested Russia may be backing ceasefire protests to help foment division among Democrats. The council.
Does she think that's the parachute cord? Like, is that the idea now? Just like, blame Putin for whatever you need, whatever's convenient? same about Putin makes it a little easy to underestimate. Yeah, exactly.
On American Islamic relations condemned Ms. Pelosi's comments as an unsubstantiated smear and downright authoritarian. Her comments, once again, show the negative impact of decades of dehumanization of the Palestinian people by those supporting Israeli apartheid. Nihad Awad, the group's national executive director, said in a statement.
In a statement, a spokesperson for Ms. Pelosi pointed to a social media post by Ian Bremmer, a political scientist and professor at Columbia University, who wrote that Putin benefits from continued war in Gaza and expanded chaos in the Middle East. The spokesperson said Ms. Pelosi would continue to focus on stopping the suffering in Gaza and demanding that all hostages be released. Speaker Pelosi has always supported and defended the right of all Americans to make their views known through peaceful protest, the statement said. Speaker Pelosi is acutely aware of how foreign adversaries meddle in American politics to sow division and impact our elections, and she wants to see further investigation ahead of the 2024 election.
That is a great point about how fucking stupid what she said is. It's like, and we've seen this, we can only fund so many proxy wars at once. Mm-hmm. And like the second Israel, the second that started, Vladimir Zelensky's like, hey, wait, whoa, guys, whoa, what about me? So like, it actually benefits Putin a lot that there is no ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking idiot, I hate you.
The reporting also adds that a New York Times Siena College poll found that voters broadly disapproved of Mr. Biden's handling of the conflict, with nearly as many Americans saying they want Israel's military campaign to stop as those who said it should continue. Many countries have advocated a ceasefire, with 153 nations in the United Nations General Assembly voting in favor of an immediate ceasefire in December. The International Court of Justice told Israel on Friday that it must take action to prevent genocide in Gaza. And it's all of those countries certainly don't run immediately with what Vladimir Putin always fucking says.
No, they don't. They see the ICJ report and they say, what's that? They're probably committing genocide.
Mm-hmm.
They should do a ceasefire. We're going to pull funding from one of the only groups in Gaza that's actually providing food and aid. We're going to do that because Israel said some bad things about him.
Mm-hmm.
It's going great. What a great year.
And it's not even February yet. That's on Thursday.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on over to other very important issues. Like the fact that
if you missed that this is an organization within Gaza that Israel has made claims about several of the members of, and is using this to essentially like pull out the entire organization. Did you see the ICJ violation was trending? Yeah, well, no, it's been trending for a while now, right? It's
apparently going to cost the city of San Francisco $1.7 million to build just one public toilet in a city that, like many other cities,
that is not
country, desperately needs more public toilets.
Certainly more than one.
Yeah, a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
just like we need more of the Taylor Swift story, right? And so now that I've given you an overview, well, okay. Now that we've got an overview of this, let's dive into like an example, right? What is actually being said by the right-wing echo chambers about Taylor Swift? Let's find out from Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson, ad break in 5 minutes? What? Is that how it works? Okay, so yeah, it doesn't actually move the rename San Francisco to Skibidi City, maybe? I don't know, chat. Let's see what Benny Johnson has to say. The left can't meme, but apparently Benny Johnson can, and will, and does. And that's the kind of meme that you can expect from him.
That Donald Trump's gotten quite.
I'm like, I'm afraid of your music, Benny. Let's.
Video of the African American woman who was responding to Oprah and The Rock begging hardworking Americans for donations to Maui. That woman.
What is wrong with these people? Both of them.
Is speaking America First policies.
They have got strange smiles on their face.
An agenda. She doesn't even know it, but I'd like to formally welcome her to the MAGA movement. And that's what the MAGA movement is. It is everyday, hardworking Americans, regardless of race, religion, geography, where you live, where you're from, your education status, who are sick and tired of seeing the political elite and the cabal that has become of the Democrat Party pushing rules on us and not living by them themselves. And so
Okay, I came here to hear about Taylor Swift.
About Donald Trump winning the youth vote?
In a head-to-head matchup, and he's sweeping demographics that up. They are realizing that $11,000 more stage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We had peace under Trump. I mean, it's like, it really, like, that seems to be something that is wild that we have to remind the left, like, weren't you the people protesting?
We had personal insults against a like rogue dictator from a nuclear state. We had we had attacks. We had like Iranian officials assassinated, right?
The Iraq War and Afghanistan, like, didn't you were anti-war like a
If there weren't wars started, it's because of Trump's inability to start those wars.
Like, what happened?
It's because cooler heads prevailed on some level.
I think that's why you're young. I'm 37. I got young kids at home, and we're like trying to make it in Biden's America, and we're looking at all this cash, just like the lady on the screen going to Ukraine.
Where is
who again are
these people are such bad clickbaiters. Okay, the left
you will pay.
The left can't meme, but the right can clickbait, right? This is supposed to be a Taylor Swift video. Where do we actually talk about Taylor Swift? I want to hear these hog theories.
Will probably be lost before we can get this man
Deeply about who Donald Trump picks. He served a term, and so obviously this choice.
We're talking about the vice president
in front of.
And so that's the top of the way. It also wants to continue the endless wars abroad that we've seen, killing American soldiers. And so,
and fit to serve in office.
Biden has inflicted on the American public.
What the?
I have one real tough question for you before we close.
Okay, thank you.
I hope you don't mind. Our audience are big fans of you and the work that you do.
So do you see how this works? People click on this for the Taylor Swift story. They give them a bunch of other crap that they're not particularly interested in, that doesn't have a good like title and keywords behind it, but they stick around because they know, like, okay, it's Taylor. When's the Taylor Swift part come up?
And you choose your words very accurately and carefully, powerfully. You're a great spokesperson on behalf of the president, good press secretary. Because you're so good at that, we hope that you could help our show out. We have a clip of Joe Biden from just a few days ago, where we don't think he's speaking English. We were hoping that you could translate for us, Caroline.
Which clip? There's
We're going to play it for you.
What the actual... What is going on with this video? Like, this is like a Keffels level. Like, look, you can clickbait. Do you want me to explain to you clickbaiting, right? I think it's not always bad, right? Because if what you do is you give an impression with your thumbnail and title that you're covering something, but then your actual subject, your actual focus is something that is maybe even of more interest, right? Maybe even the audience didn't know that they were interested in, but now that they're there, now that you've got them, you're gonna kind of take a little twisty twist. Like it, you know, technically you're not lying. Technically, your title and thumbnail have something to do with your video, but it's not what your audience thinks, right? That's a surprise, right? And it's a pleasant surprise, and people like getting that pleasant surprise, and that's okay to do. You know, both in terms of being pragmatic as a content creator, and in terms of leaving your audience satisfied, because the last thing in the world you want to do is get somebody to click on a video that they don't actually want to watch through the video, and now they have a negative association with your channel. Now they see that little Benny Johnson avatar and they get kind of pissed off, and the next time it comes up, they're not going to believe you, right? This is what Keffels did, and this is like in no small part the reason for Keffel's declining numbers in on her stream, right, is that the fact that she's done over and over again absolute like just deception on in terms of her title. But here, let's try one thing. Okay, this is like we're gonna see if I search for Taylor Swift, but when it's like nowhere close to what you were clicking on, what you were wanting, what you were expecting, that's when you really do more harm than good, right? You might get a few more views for that video with clickbait, but overall you're hurting your brand. So let's see, Taylor.
Brew here. Biden-Harris, 2024. Final thoughts. Do you think Taylor Swift's going to come out and endorse Joe? Do you think that this is all a big setup?
This is a big setup because you said Trump campaign responds as Taylor Swift accused of being an op to rig the 2024 election for Biden. And you're just like asking, do you think that Taylor Swift is going to endorse Joe Biden?
That's the word on the street. The Democrats are pushing for it. They're calling it their Hail Mary pass to drag Biden over the finish line. Here's the deal. I don't think people are going to take advice from someone who flies around on a private jet, has private security, when they're paying thousands of dollars more just to live. That might not be a lot of money for Taylor Swift. She may not feel.
Okay. Benny Johnson is more of a joke than I thought he was.
But then the other story is how Taylor Swift, their special strategy is to get young people to vote, is to have her.
So yeah, this is what we're reduced to right now. Where did this go on? Ramaswamy wrote a tweet. Fox News has been talking about this. I'm sure OAN, Newsmax, the more conservative, smaller conservative networks have been talking about this.
Support him.
Some of the people haven't bought. Like I remember watching Tim Pool's take on it, and he didn't really endorse any of the conspiracy theory stuff, right? So
now she evidently tweeted out support for him, and I saw the full screen this morning. I don't remember that 2018. She went for the candidate Phil Bredesen against Marsha Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn felt that she does have power, but it would be the single dumbest thing a mega superstar could ever do.
Yeah, turd stretcher. Everyone that uploads on YouTube is guilty of that in some way. Of like the kind of, but there's like an innocent clickbaiting and there's like a guilty clickbaiting, and that was some guilty clickbaiting, right? That was using something that people did want to click on, did want to find out about, to get eyes on stuff that people are, don't really care about.
Why would you tell half the country that you don't agree with them in this highly polarized time? You stay out of it. Hey, listen, I'm Taylor Swift. I like this guy. He happens to play football for a living. I'm on the stage a lot, selling out. That's it. I think it would be the craziest thing ever for her to do it. And Joe Biden's not worth it. I mean, my goodness, if you need Taylor Swift to get you another 4 years, that's how bad your first 4 years have been. You're done. You're finished. You're through.
My God, if you want to watch the entire conservative media ecosystem melt down, all you have to do is mention this 34-year-old pop star and they have a network-wide fainting spell. Now, for those fortunate enough not to traffic in the bowels of the right-wing media ecosystem, the new conspiracy theory on the right is that this is an NFL-wide coordinated scheme to have the Chiefs win the Super Bowl so that Taylor Swift has a platform to then use to endorse Joe Biden and deliver him the White House. Imagine jumping through all of those mental gymnastics, all because you're too deluded to accept the fact that maybe, just maybe, people don't want to vote for Republicans. Now, as for this clip, you gotta love how Brian Kilmeade offers a warning for Taylor Swift about getting involved in politics. Now look, I don't want to seem petty, but I'm pretty sure the world's biggest performing artist does not need career advice from Brian Kilmeade, who hosts a roundtable that's aired primarily in nursing homes and orthopedist waiting rooms. Consider too, she did come out and endorse Joe Biden back in 2020, and then she went on to host the highest grossing concert tour of all time. So yeah, something tells me that Taylor Swift will be okay with whatever decision she opts to make. It's also important to remember that as far as this whole meltdown is concerned, Taylor Swift hasn't actually done anything yet. These people have spent days losing their minds over a figment of their imagination. Taylor hasn't made any announcements, she hasn't said anything political in this election cycle, and yet just the prospect of her saying something has this entire network so spooked that they're running wall-to-wall.
What I've been saying is that they can taste a second Trump term, right? But they're paranoid that something's gonna pull it out of their hands at the last minute.
Coverage of her. Here's a mashup.
These people were convinced that Trump was gonna win in 2020, right? They believe in Trump in a quasi-messianic, and for some of them, a literally messianic sense, right? They believe that he is destined to make America great again, whatever the fuck that means in their minds.
Give the recount.
We have had enough of Taylor Swift for now.
She shouldn't be liberal. She should be a total conservative, given everything.
Given what?
Psy-OP unit pitched NATO.
Given the fact that she started off as a country singer, why should she be a conservative? What? That's a weird thing to say.
On turning Taylor Swift into an asset.
Yesterday, she flew private from New York City to Baltimore. Yet she constantly talks about climate change. So just please don't believe everything Taylor Swift says. We're all begging you.
I think she should just stick to her singing and let her love life be what it is.
The New York Times just speculated she's a lesbian.
A new poll shows 18% of voters are
Wait, did the New York Times actually do this? That sounds more like the New York Post.
likely to vote for whichever candidate Taylor Swift endorses. Uh-oh.
Biden effectively has Taylor Swift as his VP.
A single post of hers led to 35,000 new registrants. That's arguably more power than the president.
This is painful.
And her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, sponsored by Pfizer.
What's her stance on policy, economic policy, foreign policy?
I
Should
don't
we
think
ask
that-
Taylor Swift
I don't
how to
think
respond
that'll
to
be,
Iran?
So don't get involved. Don't get involved in politics. We don't want to see you there.
Tell you what, for these self-proclaimed alphas, they sure do seem petrified of
Yeah, right, Michael S. I'm surprised they're not transvestigating her.
Artist. Now, if you're wondering where this fear comes from, it's not entirely irrational. In September of 2023, in honor of National Voter Registration Day, Taylor posted on Instagram, "I've been so lucky to see so many of you guys at my US shows recently. I've heard you raise your voices and I know how powerful they are. Make sure you're ready to use them in our elections this year." And she included a link to register at vote.org. That post helped facilitate what ultimately amounted to over 35,000 registrations, the most since 2020 and a 23% jump over last year. The number of 18-year-olds registered was more than double 2022. Vote.org reported a 1,226% jump in participation in the hour after her post, averaging 13,000 users every 30 minutes. At least 157,000 eligible voters visited the registration site in one day, including a 115% increase in 18-year-old registrations. So if you needed to know where exactly Republicans stand on the very concept of democracy, just look at how they react when someone helps people exercise their most fundamental right as Americans. A full-scale, all-hands-on-deck attack against a pop singer for the crime of suggesting that people vote in the United States of America. I mean, my God, how far the Republican Party has fallen. Of course, the reason that Republicans are losing their minds is because even though Swift's appeal was decidedly nonpartisan, she has come out in favor of Democrats in the past. Here's that famous moment of her discussing breaking her silence on politics ahead of the 2018 election, in which Republican Marsha Blackburn was running for the U.S. Senate.
Taylor's father, right, is making an argument that is just like your basic, as a pop star, as a public figure, you know, whose brand is important, you want to have the biggest appeal possible, and one way to, you know, maintain that is to maintain some sort of political neutrality, right, where you're not going to piss off the right and you're not going to piss off the left, right, and she's not doing that. She's not having that.
I worry for her safety as much as anybody does, maybe more. It really is a big deal. She votes against against fair pay for women. She votes against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, which is just basically protecting us from domestic abuse and stalking. She thinks that if you're a gay couple, or even if you look like a gay couple, you should be allowed to be kicked out of a restaurant. It's really basic human rights, and it's right and wrong at this point. And I can't see another commercial and see her disguising these policies behind the words Tennessee Christian values. Those aren't Tennessee Christian values. I live in Tennessee. I am Christian. That's not what we stand for.
And so now, because she's not a right-wing sycophant, any effort by her to bolster democracy, even if it's merely suggesting that people register to vote, is viewed as a hostile act by Republicans. But remember, party of the Constitution or something. And let's be clear, this strategy of attacking the most popular stars in the world isn't new for the GOP. Ron DeSantis decided to wage war against Disney, not only an iconic and popular American brand, but his own state's biggest employer. Disney committed the cardinal sin of acknowledging the humanity of the LGBT community, and so DeSantis tried to install a hand-picked board to oversee Disney, which backfired when Disney used a loophole to strip the board of their power until 2053. DeSantis was so upset at the prospect of being outsmarted by Disney,
okay, so
sue them. And so what did Disney do? They sued him on the basis of his targeted campaign of government.
I would say we got let down by Benny Johnson, right? Let's see if Russel Brand will do the same. Russel Brand, are you going to let us down?
Political figures or deep state operatives, and indeed,
we need the conspiracy theories.
Making the rounds. Taylor Swift, Travis.
We need these theories, Russell.
The American people, including independents and some Republicans, know how bad he is, know how much he's misrepresented, know how he's getting close to getting us in a war. I said, as the walls close in on this man, I'm worried he's going to get us to war in Iran. Unfortunately, I may have been right. The fact of the matter is, there's
like I said, he did, you know, he did like assassinate a general, right? He did stuff that
a lot at stake in this election.
he was a lot more cogent then, wasn't he? Just a few years ago. My God, that's incredible. A lot of you saying RFK in the chat. That's pretty fascinating. Well done getting involved, you guys. Well done speaking so respectfully with one another in that chat. If you're watching us on YouTube, we'll be available there for another 10 minutes. Then we will be exclusively discussing a wide variety of subjects over in Rumble. And thanks for your kind.
So this is kind of what he does, right? Is that he knows how far he can push it on YouTube, but he wants to satisfy those chuds. He wants to satisfy the conspiracy theorists. He wants to. So all the stuff that he does, this is the same with, I think Steven Crowder does this too, right? And then he takes it to Rumble. After that, so let's see what he has to say about Taylor Swift.
Comments about the interview.
Don't let us down, Russell.
Give it a watch, and remember, if
don't let us down.
Locals, you can see our additional conversation. Now, this Taylor Swift Psy-OP conspiracy theory is gaining traction, and I suppose the idea that that there are now sort of celebrities that solely exist to support the agenda of a particular administration might be an exaggeration, and might even be slightly ludicrous. Because I've existed within Hollywood, haven't I? I've been within those circles, and I guess it's a little more diffuse and amorphous than that. As far as I know, there aren't people that are literally kind of CIA operatives. But let's have a look. Is this the legacy media button for? Let's have a look at the legacy media reporting on this. Is that it? Is this the legacy media bit? Yeah.
Have you heard the latest conspiracy theory making the rounds? Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, and the NFL and the Democratic Party are in cahoots to get Joe Biden reelected. But stay with me. Prominent right-wing figures are speculating that her relationship with Travis Kelce is made up and that the Super Bowl will be rigged for Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs. And the end game is Swift endorsing Biden after the big game. Here are some of the messages, I'm trying not to laugh, circulating on social media. Vivek Ramaswamy, I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month. Podcast host Mike Crispy, the NFL is totally rigged for the Kansas City Chief. Taylor Swift, Mr.
All right, okay. That is quite diffuse. I wonder if it is possible to rig sporting events. Do you think that's ever happened in history? I suppose it probably has. Does the advocacy of certain celebrities influence the outcome of elections?
Okay, so as far as rigging sports, right? There are certain sports that are rigged that masqueraded as sports for a very long time. Wrestling, I think we all know, is a scripted event as far as, who's going to win, especially who's going to become the champion, who's going to win, who's going to lose. That's generally like a predetermined, affair, right? But for a long time, wrestling pretended to be a real sport. The only reason that they admitted that they're not a real sport was because they got stung with steroid allegations. And the only way to make those like less impactful, less important, was to admit that they were actually scripting their matches and that this wasn't in fact a sporting event, but rather was, more of entertainment, more of a theatrical event, if you will, right? So you've got that. And then you've got events like boxing. Now, boxing is supposed to be a real sport, right? People bet money on boxing. And I guess most of the time it's a real competition. There's one fighter fighting against another fighter and they both want to win and they're both trying their hardest, right? There have been times for sure, for 100% sure, where boxers have done something called taking a dive, which is really easy to do. I think Mike Tyson's been accused of doing this a bunch, and I know like other people have, right? And that's the idea that somebody has gotten to them, has gotten to get them to agree, especially if they're favored in a match, agree to lose on purpose, which is so easy. All you got to do is stay down. You get knocked down and you don't get back up again, right? Then you lose the match, and you maybe help somebody win a bet, or help somebody, an organization, even like an organized crime organization, win some money, and it's manus lavat. It's one hand washes the other. Like they get a payout for taking the dive, and the people that have gotten them to take a dive get a payout from the gambling aspect of it. So this happens a lot, we think, in boxing, because it's really easy to do. It's really easy to fake. There is a certain baseball team from the 1920s in Chicago, the White Sox, that were accused of losing the World Series on purpose. And many of them were banned from baseball. I don't know if this is confirmed. I think that there are some people that feel like they were falsely accused, and isn't there like a movie about this, right? So in other words, the team sports are harder. It would be more obvious in a team sport if a game was thrown than it would be in an individual sport. You'd have to get the entire team on board. And like I've always said about conspiracies, the easiest conspiracies for people to cover up are the conspiracies that involve the least amount of people. With a sports team, for a conspiracy to be effective, you're going to need to involve more people, right? It maybe like a pitcher in baseball, maybe a quarterback in football could be like involved by themselves and could try to throw a game. But generally, either of those two roles, those integral roles, if somebody's not performing up to the task, they're going to be pulled. So now you got to get the coach on board, and now you got to get more people on board. So it's not an easy thing. It's not a likely thing, and while it's always possible, right? I mean, just saying. I mean, this is mostly about Republicans and their MAGA people and their paranoia about Trump being victimized by conspiracies.
Political
They've been conditioned
to get the endorsement of celebrities.
They've been conditioned.
One of the things we learned, I think, from the Epstein case, because I was much more interested on the Epstein list in the people that have been to that island that were prominent political figures or deep state operatives. And indeed, the theory that, now can we do it so that we stay on, we're at 142 on this CNN story, right? Now I'm going to jump to this Epstein's thing. Let's have a look. Look, Jeffrey Epstein.
It's actually really unfortunate that the Republicans in the MAGA constituency has latched onto this idea of the deep state so hard, because there is a deep state. The deep state is real. But when we're talking about the deep state, the real the myth of it, right, is what he's talking about: deep state agents, right? You know, they've gotten to you. They're like, you're working with them. It's a secret plan. It's conspiracy. The reality of the deep state is that it is like the culture of an organization, like an organization like the FBI, an organization like the CIA, that can have effect on the policies and the operations of those organizations, and can be pernicious, right? Like the culture in law enforcement is notably pernicious. The reason why the things like reform of law enforcement doesn't have the effect that people want it to. Training of law enforcement, if you think that's all that needs to happen, is like, well, they're just not trained right? No, they are actually in the midst of a culture which is accepting of inordinate use of force along racial lines. The racism is baked into the culture there. There's a lot of there's probably things that are baked into the culture of intelligence organizations and of federal law enforcement organizations that actually is worrisome. But it's not worrisome on the level that on the conspiratorial tinfoil hat level that the MAGA people would like you to believe, right? It's more of a problem of culture, a problem of institution, where, even if you vote for a president and a Congress, and you recognize, you have the church commission and all this stuff to try to reform what's going on, you might not be able to, because you can't necessarily change the culture of an organization.
Ran sex blackmail operation for intelligence agencies, new evidence suggests.
The deep state is capitalism. Well, the deep state is in the thrall of capitalism, yeah.
Sealed documents include powerful new evidence that Epstein and Maxwell were running what's known as a honeypot or honey trap. So, there were a lot of pretty famous people.
I love this guy talking about...
I suppose that...
I love him talking about Epstein like he knows these things for a fact. Yeah, it was a honeypot. It was to, get... essentially blackmail on powerful people and get them. It's like he's jumping to conclusions that there's just not evidence to really support, right? Obviously, some weird shit was going on with Epstein, but he's talking about this stuff way too matter-of-factly. Because these conspiracy heads, they want an answer. They want they want an explanation, and they don't really care if it's backed up by any evidence.
Needn't necessarily mean they were involved in things that were absolutely nefarious or even illegal, but a CIA asset having connections with famous people and the blackmail operation thing, that's not ludicrous. Check out this as well. Like the brilliant film Top Gun Maverick. You enjoyed that, right? It was a real hoot. It was a laugh.
It was a real hoot.
They received support from the Department of Defense in the form of equipment, including jets and aircraft carriers and personnel and tech. So, in a sense, that's one connection, or another connection, between the entertainment industry and the government. And have a look.
So here he's not entirely wrong, but I feel like he's underselling this, actually. Video games, which involve military equipment, particularly guns, weaponry, will often receive specs on this weaponry, like real world information on the weaponry utilized by the US military, in order to make their games more fun and realistic. And in exchange, there is some creative control expected by the military. And in exchange, that these games kind of function to turn the idea of war into a fun game of shooting, right? War, which, nobody should want to be involved in, is now presented as a game, and a certain percentage of the population maybe is signing up for the military based on the misunderstanding of what involvement in the military, what war really is. So they do serve that purpose, and it's not just for Top Gun. It's for all movies that involve this stuff. It's for all video games that involve this stuff. Yeah, there absolutely is a connection there. That's not a conspiracy theory at all.
at this. A year after the CIA was formed, the Pentagon established the position of an entertainment liaison officer. The CIA already had similar departments in operation. Since 1947, they've assisted and funded the production of 60 film and television shows. That's really surprising, and it's not nothing.
It's not surprising if you actually pay attention.
It's a psyop. It's just,
look,
when you look at
this guy's too up in his world of conspiracy theories to really understand that, like, he's missing, like, he's surprised by this. Like, this is, whoa, wow, did you know that? Oh my God, I was totally surprised. This is a conspiracy that's hiding in plain sight. And that if you weren't looking under every bush and rock for a deep state agent, you might be savvy to.
Some of the speculation, it's astonishing, because at a time where you have Biden openly advocating for more war, while you have people coming on legacy media in our country saying that conscription is a real possibility and suggesting that the Defense Department in the UK ought to receive additional tax funding, having kind of light, fluffy stories and affiliation with popular, credible, and I know a lot of people, we were talking to people in the office, a lot of people really, really like Taylor Swift. It's not, I'm not part of that demographic. I acknowledge
He's not a Swiftie. He's not a Swiftie.
Obviously, an endorsement from a celebrity is a significant thing in ensuring...
What does he think that demographic is? Does he think that you have to be like a woman to be into Taylor Swift? Is it like an age thing? Is he a little older than the Swiftie demographic? What's he saying there?
That the agenda of the powerful remains a kind of cozy and attractive thing rather than something that we increasingly regard as outright, explicitly, observably and overtly nefarious. That's increasingly how we regard the establishment and their agenda. Isn't that right? Isn't that how we see things? All right, let's go back now to that CNN video. What number is it on?
Have you heard the latest?
Cheers. That's cool. Yeah, cool. Right, 147. We were on 147.
Swift, Mr. Pfizer, Travis Kelce, Lara Loomer, a self-described Islamophobe who has been embraced and promoted by Trump. They are going to use Taylor
I believe it's Laura Loomer that is being spoken about here, but
Swift as the poster child for their pro-abortion GOTV campaign. Right-wing
get out the vote.
Personality Benny Johnson said
GOTV.
Taylor Swift is an op. CNN's Oliver Darcy joins me to break all these.
So that's wild. That's wild. Benny Hill is absolutely endorsing this shit on Twitter. But then when you watch his video, he just clickbaits the fuck out of you and doesn't really address that at all.
Very bogus claims down, and we're going to highlight that, underscore it, bogus claims.
Now, what you'll like about this piece of CNN reporting, even though I agree with the idea that Taylor Swift is not a psyop, that's fundamentally what I'd say. I would say that the use of celebrities does make certain political administrations and even particular ideologies more appealing. It softens them. It's called soft propaganda. You're all familiar with that. What I am interested in here is the kind of haughtiness of this conversation, the superciliousness, the presumption of pomp.
You see where he's placing himself, right? He doesn't want to go out on a limb and say, like, Taylor Swift is an agent of the deep state, but he's gonna find the media, in this case CNN, reporting on the amount of conservative propaganda, the amount of conservative conspiracy theory, fodder that there actually is, and he's gonna be like, isn't this kind of haughty? She's looking down at you. She's looking at you, and she's saying you're a bunch of hogs, sweaty hogs, believing in the QAnon theories. You're not educated enough to really understand this stuff. Look at the media. Look at how dismissive, how derisive they are of people like you, right? He's just like, it's deplorables kind of rhetoric.
Pomposity, the general condescending tone when people talk about these types of ideas, when we already now know that even if this particular idea is not true, these types of things...
Even if this conspiracy theory isn't real, there's 100 others out there that really are. All the
things happen all the time. Let's have a look.
Or here's the other thing, right? Remember, we're on YouTube, right? He's got this setup. He's got the ways his content works is he starts off on YouTube and then he tries to pull people onto Rumble where he can tell them what he really thinks, right? On YouTube, he's worried about getting clapped. On YouTube, he's worried about violating community standards, but on Rumble, he doesn't have as much to worry about. So we're not necessarily hearing his true thoughts on YouTube.
Take it away, Oliver.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, they're absurd claims, outrageous claims, but they are coming from some of the most prominent voices in right-wing media. And so while us in reality consuming credible news information might
see that us in reality consuming credible news information on CNN, which I think we now know gets less viewers than like a Western broadcasting TV channel like that. CNN is dying, and CNN is deservedly entering.
All of television is dying. What are you talking about?
Into this terminal state on account of it.
But yeah, CNN particularly has they can't, like, in the world of Fox and MSNBC, CNN has vacillated. They've at different times decided to stake out a position somewhere in the center, and at other times actually gone a little bit conservative and tried to compete with Fox News. And because of that brand confusion, right, they're not doing as well. They're not doing as well as even MSNBC.
Reporting during the pandemic period, it's propagandizing, it's advocacy for war, their constant platforming of military-industrial complex pundits who don't declare their affiliation and association while positing pro-war stances. It's when I do little sentences like that.
Right, but that's true for Fox and MSN. That's true across the...
That's when I think I could do a Ben Shapiro.
Like the value that traditional media can try to claim sometimes is access, right? Is having access to military officials in order to give what appears to be like a better insight on the war from somebody who's been involved in the administration, in the funding, in the in the procurement of military equipment, right? And as in exchange, yeah, they do go soft on they do kind of omit an anti-war narrative. What's up, Temple's dad?
Tom McDonald, he reached out, I think, on X saying, oh, well, you do want to do one. And I'm certainly, I don't want to get into some sort of diss thing. That is not the direction I'm going in. I'm all about peace, but man, do I enjoy rhythmic, lyrical rhetoric and orating, high-paced, lyrically clashing into consonants and rolling with the vowels right now. Is that the sort of thing? Would that do? Could we do that? Let's have a look at how this CNN propaganda unfolds.
Is he saying that he's got a lyrical, mystical, spiritual flow?
Laugh at them.
Is he a backpack rapper, chat?
Because they are so ridiculous and outlandish.
He's sounding like a backpack rapper.
The people who rely and kind of are swimming in this polluted right-wing information in space, you could see how they might apparently be, or
Kenzie67 in the Rumble chat. Don't do it, Russ. Yeah, no, that's good advice. I won't. I'm English.
Attracted to some of these ideas because they're being inundated by them from some of the most prominent voices. It's not just those right-wing internet influencers who are now peddling this stuff. Jesse Waters, a Fox News host, earlier this month did a whole segment asking whether Taylor Swift is a Pentagon asset. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, but it's out there, and it really is going...
I love how they're surprised by Jesse Waters doing something sus. Like, right, this is somebody that got his start as Bill O'Reilly's little Bill O'Reilly Jr. Like, this is the guy that goes out on the street and ambush interviews people for Bill O'Reilly when he got his start, when he was younger, and now he's found himself basically filling Tucker Carlson's shoes. And we're gonna get into Tucker Carlson and Russel Brand in a second, right? That's our next story coming up. So stick around for that. He's a fluffer. There we go.
This is an increasing problem in this stupid country. You can't poop anywhere.
Yep.
And then they're like, hey, that's disgusting. Why did you do that?
You can't pee anywhere
Why
either.
didn't you go? Yeah,
then you're a sex offender.
Right. Yeah, it's real dumb.
Yeah. That's why you got to carry...
Look, I didn't mean to make this all about poop, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
To end up influencing a lot of people who rely on these outlets and figures for information.
reckon both sides of the political conversation enjoy a story like this, that CNN enjoy the haughtiness of being able to say, oh, how ridiculous, another conspiracy theory. But do you think people
I mean, he's got a pretty good American accent, though. That's not bad. That we do sound like that. Chat, one in chat, if you're American and you think that he's got our accent down pretty well. It's a Woodstock 2024. It's Woodstock 2024 in NCC chat, yeah.
Side sort of go, like enjoy the idea that high profile figures might be shilling for the Democrat Party.
Oh my God.
Well, you know where we live. We believe in new, emergent, independent politics. What we require, I believe, and let me know if you agree with this in the chat.
You believe in what Naomi Klein talks about as diagonalism, which is it only appears to be a hybrid. It only appears to be an unaligned objective take. It is a strange island of Dr. Moreau fusion of right-wing and left-wing ideas that always tend to resolve to the right. Right? This is diagonalism. He's a great example of it. In fact, I'd be surprised if, I'm pretty sure that anybody remember, did Natalie Klein talk about Russel Brand? Because if not, I mean, he definitely, like, her concept that she puts forward in Doppelganger applies heavily to Russel Brand. She does at least talk about the natural health world, which Russel Brand is very much a part of, and how a lot of that world has been sucked to the right. These used to be like, consistent left voters, right? People that want to eat organic food and go to yoga and like, right. It's like these kind of people. And now it's become more and more, it's basically gotten, because of the proliferation of conspiracy theories and the willingness to kind of go with that without a lot of proof, right? The natural health world has become very much a province of the right. And it's very much something that's been orchestrated.
Is a unified but decentralized response to globalism, precisely like the farmers' movement across the world, where ordinary people, working people, are coming together to oppose
small business tyrants.
And as usual, are immediately condemned for being racist or Nazi or whatever it is this week that shuts down the right of ordinary people to have a voice. What was this news report?
When Taylor Swift encouraged her fans last fall to vote, more than 35,000 signed up. And with 690 million followers on her social media, if Taylor Swift were to get behind one of the presidential candidates, nearly 1 in 5 people say they'd likely vote for her pick.
I don't know which pop star I would vote in alignment with. Let me know in the chat if there are any pop stars that could influence your vote.
Oh my God. Maybe. Oh my God. Does anybody else get the irony of what he's saying? He was an actor. Right? This guy's an actor. And he's got a whole chat full of people, many of whom changed their political proclivity based on his influence. He literally is what he is talking about.
Jimi Hendrix.
He's an example.
Could he sway me for just the fact that he was talking from beyond the grave? Is there anyone? I'm not sure.
Jimi Hendrix. That's the first thing that comes to his mind.
Let's have something worth voting for. Hey, I hope you've seen my conversation with Tucker Carlson that I did with.
Oh, we're about to.
In a variety of places now. Love Tucker.
We're about to.
But our conversation that we recorded with him will be exclusively available on Locals. That's our Awakened Wonder community at 4 p.m. GMT, 11 a.m. ET.
Totally not a cult, just Awakened Wonders. That's all.
Got to sign up for that stuff. We'll show bits.
Is that a spike protein behind him? It looks like it.
Elsewhere, we'll stream it and stuff, bits of it. But to get total access to it, join our Awakened Wonder community. We just had a brilliant conversation there with Michael Schellenberger and numerous members of our community. I'm talking like Hill Love Light and Jim Earthsea and Miss Molly and Real.
Michael Schellenberger, if you don't remember, was part of the Twitter files, right? Part of Elon's attempt to quote unquote expose old Twitter and how corrupt it was and how it went along with the Biden administration, and really just exposed Elon's ridiculous disingenuousness more than anything.
and Alpine Suite, many of them posed questions to Michael Schellenberger, and they're brilliant questions about, well...
Brilliant questions from our awakened wonders.
Ridiculous, puerile, infantile to talk about the Taylor Swift being a Psy-OP. It's increasingly becoming clear that there's been a lot of media manipulation, to say the very least, around January 6th, and you will love that aspect of the conversation that John Lennon, that conversation with Schellenberger, and that'll be up tomorrow as well in the Awaken Wonder community.
The Awaken Wonder community, oh my God. This guy.
In accordance with John Lennon, there's no question about that. Here's Tucker Carlson talking about conscription. Let's have a look at that.
We have a right to be mad. At least, and let me just again...
this is from us. This is our Awaken Wonder chat. Oh, this is good, this stuff. Have a look.
Anybody know what he's talking about with John Lennon?
For Americans, middle-aged Americans, which is what I am. You know, I've got 4 drafts.
Is this like a JFK Jr. thing with John Lennon?
Recklessly fast and loose with their lives, then I have a right to despise you, and I do. So if you're Nikki Haley, who's running for president, or Ben Shapiro, or half the people I see on television casually mentioning the possibility of nuclear war, or sending Americans to fight in the Middle East, or in any way involving us in a war that has nothing to do with prosperity and peace at home, nothing, in other words, to do with us, Americans, then I have a right...
No, this guy would rather go to war with Mexico.
...you out and be really offended, because it's my family. They live here. It's not a joke to me. There's nothing abstract about it.
And Russell loves wearing those very low-cut V-necks.
That is the difference between what's happening in the Middle East from what's happening...
Awakened isn't woke, right?
Strong feelings, but I didn't think there was a realistic possibility that my kids could be enmeshed in it. Now there is.
If you want to see that whole conversation, it'll be up tomorrow. We've posted the link in the description right now. Now, if you're watching us on YouTube, regulated by the WHO, is it a globalist asset at this point? Is it censored? Is it part of the Trusted News Initiative, a cartel of media organizations that cooperate together to ensure that independent media is choked? That's what the Trusted News Initiative say their purpose in life is. And anyone who uses trusted in their name has got to be investigated. Let's I'm just telling you guys, if you're watching us on YouTube, we're going to leave now because we're going to be talking about the WHO, and that community is still regulated. But before we go, let's post in the YouTube chat this treaty that this petition that opposes the World Health Organization's treaty. This is for the UK one, so I guess you should be a UK resident to sign it. If it gets to 100,000 signatures, they'll debate it in Parliament, and geez, if you've got my kind of perspective on UK parliamentary democracy, you'll already know that I consider it to be a closed book, a facade, a kind of bagatelle, a game that can't be won. But sign that petition if you are a UK resident, because surely we must oppose this WHO treaty. Click the link. Join us on Rumble now so we can speak freely together, destroying hate and creating love.
Oh my God, this is not a cult. Just so you know. Just so you know, this is not a cult. Now, what is even going on? So is the rest of this just like, oh my God, look at that. Look at that. So they keep the live stream going. Wait, yeah, they keep the live stream going, and they've got the link on here. Now, Twitch would never let you get away with this, right? Twitch is really, like, they do not want, and that's why whenever we have to cover something that I can't cover on Twitch, that I have to cover on YouTube, I don't tell you to go over to YouTube, right? I'm contractually bound not to encourage you to do that, right? But yeah, the YouTube does not care. They will let Rumble try to poach their viewers, and it's even questionable. Like Rumble's numbers are not terribly reliable, and they don't have the same mechanisms of algorithm that YouTube does. Do you know what somebody was telling me? I think it was Shakespeare. The Nick Fuentes is like the #2 streamer over on Rumble. It's wild over there, but you can't really trust those numbers. You can't really know. You know what game people were playing with the mouthpiece that exposes all your teeth? Brand looks like that, but I don't know this game. There's a mouthpiece that exposes all of your teeth. So a little birdie has told me that I should check out what The Rising has to say about Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson on, sorry, Russel Brand on Tucker Carlson. Right? I mean, look, this is The Rising. This is Brianna Joy Gray. Sometimes she is refreshingly based. Sometimes she is very much not refreshingly based. So we'll see. I'm guessing that this is not a good performance of hers. This is not the thing you got from the dentist.
Comedian Russel Brand sat down with Tucker Carlson to discuss what he has faced in the media.
Is he a comedian? Like he was an actor, he was in comedies, but has he done stand-up? Is that like really? I'm just like, I guess maybe I was never around for that aspect of his career. People were playing it during lockdown. Wow.
Mainstream media in the past year, which to Russell has included cancellation and what
cancellation
he describes as defamation.
So already, right? Yeah, cancellation and what he describes as defamation. We're talking about grape, right? We're talking about multiple corroborating allegations of grape. But no, go ahead and call that cancellation.
Weighs in on the media's alleged attempts to silence independent voices.
I recognise that the new emergent media spaces present a lot of possibilities, even with your kind compliments about our reporting on the Ukraine. All we've essentially done is listen
to brilliant
academics talking about the history of NATO and the coup in 2014 in Ukraine and Putin's...
yeah, like, I don't know. I thought like it's an old school way of referring to Ukraine, calling it the Ukraine.
Explicit declaration that he would prefer, let's put it mildly, that Ukraine were not invited into NATO, that some of the regional disputes, how they're escalating tensions. This is information that, because of independent media, is available. And perhaps the function that we, our media organisation, have fulfilled is been to collate that information and convey it directly in an accessible manner to give people an alternative perspective to the homogenized mainstream opinion, which amounts to, I've learned over the last few years, the amplification and normalization of the agenda of the powerful, that no opinions can be allowed into that space. And I'm astonished by how jealously it is guarded. There are points in my life where my personal self-regard would have loved the idea that I would be considered important enough to attack on this scale, to spend this amount of revenue and resources on. But I'm now seeing that independent media itself is an extraordinary...
What you're saying is that, like, the accusations against him amount to an attack, right? These aren't victims. These are what? Assets? These are deep state sleeper agents? What? Like, right? It's so weird what he's trying to get away with there. And it's a lot like Andrew Tate, right? That's the closest corollary I can find to Russel Brand, is the way that Andrew Tate uses rhetoric like the Matrix, which is something that he's talked about with his victims, the victims of his MLM bullshit, right? That there's a matrix out there and you got to see beyond the matrix. You got to be Neo and take the red pill, et cetera, et cetera. You know, it's the same kind of thing with Russel Brand. Don't believe your lying eyes, right? Don't, like, I know this looks bad, but it's only because my voice is so damn valuable. I am calling out things that no one else will call out. And that's why they have come after me. That's what he's trying to...
threat. The independent media inevitably leads to independent politics, independent thought.
Here's a little bit more from Brand on the legacy media.
Significant attempts to control the information space that are so rigorously adhered to and protected that even what you might imagine to be a marginal voice is considered a significant enough threat to warrant coordinated media attacks, expenditure on peculiar, clandestine, non-government organizations and think tanks that take their money from the military-industrial complex, from the legacy media, who, by the way, when they're critiquing independent media, they got skin in the game. They're not able to independently assess your work or my work or the medical opinions of Joe Rogan. They have a vested...
The medical opinions of Joe Rogan? What the fuck?
It explicitly states on the Trusted News Initiative website, we are no longer in competition with one another. We have to curtail and stamp out. I think it even uses the word choke independent media. And it's clear
they're not
there are now sets of globalist organizations.
I very much doubt that they're saying it like that.
Funded by government, but also corporations that are making deliberate, profound attempts to shut down any dissent in an astonishingly aggressive way. And to be sort of caught up in it is terrifying on one level, absolutely terrifying, particularly due to the nature of allegations that I faced.
Like, he's terrifying that he's terrified.
It's revealing about the way
he's terrified that he's going to be held accountable for the people that he's hurt. That's what he's terrified about.
That I believe the world, and in particular this space, will be affected, and the way these events will continue to unfold in the coming years.
So Brand makes a number of, I think, very accurate evaluations of the shape of the media landscape and the alternative media landscape, and it's a reminder of the importance of doing in the alternative media landscape environment of doing original reporting, and so we can platform a lot of original reporting. We have expert people come on, and then people who have thrived in this space. Some of them themselves do a lot of great in-depth reporting, like Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger. They are doing some of the
those are Twitter files,
alternative media work out there, but they're
bluffers, as it were, for Elon,
looking for original documents. They're doing things like that. Just having a show like ours and just reacting all the time, to things people are saying I think it has some value because we have a tremendous audience. We have very loyal viewers. They can share those segments. But what I was hearing from him earlier on was a call to do more original work. So we both started doing more of our radars again, more monologues again, which have a little bit more of their opinion and analysis, but are a little bit more in depth. We do a lot more in-depth research to make them to bulk them up, make them a little bit stand out more than our normal segments, and I think that's very good and very necessary, so we don't just become an echo chamber unto ourselves, because we lack some of the resources of, I'm saying this as we're attached to a perfectly mainstream large media organization, but media organizations that are in the mainstream have entire newsrooms and everything working to do often very good reporting. I'm not throwing it under the bus at all, especially not the work our organization does. They do tremendous political reporting, and they have actually very compelling content on our sister TV channel, News Nation, which I'm increasingly a huge fan of. But the alternative media ecosystem needs to platform more original reporting in addition to analysis, is a long way of what I'm saying.
Yeah, look, the trends are clear. Fewer people are watching legacy media. More people are looking at media, independent media. As we're talking, there's a congressional hearing going on relating to social media use, where there's a kind of a bipartisan consensus that's emerged that there's something dangerous about social media and alternative media. Efforts to ban TikTok that are very thinly ideologically veiled. Apparently, right now, people are at this hearing. I'm seeing some critique of TikTok because people are talking more about Taylor Swift than Tiananmen Square. I don't know, like this idea that it's a Chinese hoax because people aren't on TikTok. Mm-hmm. The kids aren't talking enough about.
People are talking more about a pop star than about a historical event. Really, you don't, on social media. Color me surprised.
Tiananmen Square.
Yeah, Zuckerberg and Linda Yaccarino are there too, being grilled. So it's not even specifically TikTok.
We might get to that tomorrow. The Senate, I don't know. Senate hearings are usually kind of boring, but
we'll likely have a radar on it tomorrow.
Yeah, but that's all to say that trend is happening, and I think it's ultimately for the good. But to your point, I don't think it's not just to say, oh, it's independent so that it's good. There is a lot of independent media that is, reaction-based content that isn't as substantive.
So the truth about independent media is that it used to be like alternative weeklies. You're talking about like tabloid newspapers that were available for free in major metropolitan areas that would do independent journalism, that weren't, part of a larger corporation. You hear a lot more about the kind of issues that were brought up in Occupy, the kind of issues that the Sanders campaign brought up, not necessarily, from a leftist perspective, but definitely from a more left-leaning perspective. That's what alternative media used to be. I mean, there's also radio programming, and but it was to the left. But now when we're hearing about alternative media, we're talking about stuff that's not independent, some stuff that's got maybe even somewhat look at something like the Epoch Times. I wouldn't be surprised to hear right-wingers calling the Epoch Times independent media. The Epoch Times, if you don't know, is run by a cult. It is run by anti CCP cult from called Falun Gong, that if you look it up, it's homophobic and right wing and just kind of gross. And that's what passes for independent media. They made a bunch of COVID disinformation. It's just a propaganda conspiracy theory rag is really what it is. But people, especially on the right, and some people that are heterodox thinkers, will regard stuff like Epoch Times as being independent media.
That is, there are different incentives that exist online. It might not be that a weapons manufacturer is running an ad on your program, and so therefore you're not going to be critical of a war the way it might be in the mainstream news. But it might be that that your audience has an appetite for certain.
So she's talking about audience capture there, right? And that's something. Russel Brand is a good example of audience capture, right? Like I said, he was left wing, back in the day. He started to talk to some figures, pretending to be serious, pretending to be centrist. People like Jordan Peterson back in the day used to present themselves as apolitical, and he would give them kind of a pass, either because he just didn't have the savvy to really understand where they were actually coming from, or because he was grifting, right? And when he did that, when he played to that crowd, he found that he did a lot better. And so he started doing that more and more. And that's the audience capture. He finds out what his audience likes, and he gives them more of that, regardless of whether it's credible or believable or anything else.
Salacious content or a certain kind of politics that you may or may not share, and there can be a kind of audience captures in that way. So there's
audience capture.
Media enterprise. What I think grounds news, what grounds real report
for a second,
good content is real.
For a second, I thought she was doing a sponsorship for Ground News, but no. What grounds news?
So that's why I would say, in particular, people like David Sirota and what he's been doing with The Lever are incredible, because to do actual reporting, and I appreciate the Twitter files and what Matt Taibbi has done there, but that is still a kind of a bunch of documents that have been you were granted access to because of respect that Elon Musk had for him as a journalist, which was well earned, and a kind of limited pool of documents and resources that came from one big disclosure. It takes an enormous amount of resources to be able to come up with scoops outside of the context of an individual relationship.
Yeah, so as she's mentioning things that are real, things that are important, things that other people are passing by, then she comes and gives credibility to Matt Taibbi in the Twitter files, is actually mentioning Matt Taibbi in the context of independent alternative journalism, when that whole Twitter files thing was just one giant fluff job, as Tim Pool's dad said earlier, for Elon Musk.
And to have a diversity of news stories that you cover the way that someone like Sirota has tried to set up at A Lever, hiring staff members that can actually travel across the country and do follow-up reporting. The exposés he's been doing on Boeing. He regularly gets these scoops. His organization regularly gets these scoops that are just parroted and regurgitated out by the mainstream media. We had Max Blumenthal on yesterday talking about the work that he's been doing at Gray Zone and that the Electric Intifada has been doing to try to dig into some of the reporting from the New York Times and other sources about the October 7th allegations of sexual assault. And only now, because of his reporting, have other more mainstream outlets, The Intercept has done coverage on that now. And internally at the New York Times, as we reported yesterday, apparently they have even pulled one of their podcast episodes because of the questions that have been raised by independent reporting there. So it really, to me, all comes down to whether or not independent journalists are given the freedom to get to the root of facts. That's what should be driving all of this news coverage. And too much of what we're learning about what's happening at the mainstream, it's not just that I think that people are meandering away from it because they are not interested in whatever news show is being hosted by whatever old press secretary from the Biden administration or the Bush administration that's propped up over there. I say that as a former press secretary myself. I feel like I can make that critique. Yeah. But because the journalism, the fundamental stories that they're covering and the facts they're deploying are so attenuated from the real facts on the ground, and it's like 90% of their ideological priors, and you get the feeling that almost nothing that comes out about what's going on in the world could affect the tone of how the coverage is being covered on.
Right. Nothing except for the top of the hour ad break, which comes to you at the top of every hour. Normally, oh my God, the ad break's already here. The ad break is already here. Never mind, I tried to save you. But I missed my chance. Anyway, Twitch is already, it's too late for Twitch. It's too late for Twitch. If you're not a sub over there, you are getting those ads jammed into your eyes, and I didn't even give you the warning in time. For those of you on YouTube, you know that you can support me through super chats, through memberships, through gifting memberships to others, which also supports other people in chat, through donations, which you can find down in the details in the description under Stream Elements, or even on Patreon if you get a wild hair up your anatomy, right? And you can always, even if none of that works for you, you're not able to support me in any way financially, you can always support me just by hitting that like button, which actually helps a lot more than you realize, and I appreciate all the support that I receive. But yeah, it's too late. It's too late for Twitter. It's too late for Twitter. It's too late for Twitch.
On those kind of channels. I think that's the fundamental problem. And you get more of that authenticity in independent news.
I should also note my colleagues at Reason, the magazine I also write for, who do a lot of FOIA-ing. And
Reason, the libertarian rag.
I think he traveled 100 miles to go to a police headquarters to review documents that they then, for some reason, wouldn't let you take photos of, even though you have to look at them and like memorize them and copy them by hand, but you can't just take a photo of it. It's those kinds of anti-transparency policies that exist at the federal level, I'm sure, but oftentimes can be even more insidious at the local level, where there's less scrutiny and you can get away with that kind of thing. So there are good journalists out there doing good work, and we try to platform them and amplify their voices.
Communist invading radicals, thank you for invading my chat today.
All the time, as do many others in this ecosystem whom we're paying close attention to. That does it for us for today. Tomorrow on Rising, we'll be here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Is that a old Batman reference?
I don't know what it is, right?
They tell me yes.
But I'm starting to feel like a bat.
From the olden days. Well,
All right. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, whether you're a Marvel or a DC fan, so you never miss any of this content. And for those of you who prefer to listen while you're on the go, we're now available wherever you get your podcasts.
See you tomorrow to close out the week from us. And then there will be separate Rising Fridays content the day after that, if I have my days right. I'm very bad at counting.
That's right.
You can never tell what day it is, can you?
It is a Wednesday.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so it looks like Russel Brand talked to, I almost clicked on this, talked to Tucker Carlson 6 months ago. Apparently this is up on, I'm guessing Twitter, but not up, unfortunately. We're going to have to go to Twitter to find this. Tucker, Russel Brand. Okay, so there's some clips. Some very old tweets. Is that what we're looking for? Yeah, I mean, we could. Okay, so this is some chud that's put up this interview for us to enjoy.
Here
Thank you, chud.
in the English-speaking world, ran headlines that shocked
Thank you, and Alex Bandicoot.
a lot of readers and viewers.
Twitter is the devil, yeah.
The movie star, the comedian, now the podcaster, was a sex criminal.
Or some would say the grapist. I don't know.
A bad man.
But like some people like his victims, yeah.
A sex criminal. Now, none of the outlets ran the names of the accusers who had been sex.
Oh my God, you mean they didn't dox the accusers? They didn't send Russell's awakened wonders after the accusers? Holy shit! What a misstep! What a horrible mistake there! Wow.
Actually abused by Russel Brand, that was conspicuously absent. But the judgment was overwhelming. This is a very bad man, and he needs to be taken out of public view for the sake of the rest of us. What was interesting about this is that, in fact, it was the final scene in a long movie that had been playing out for the preceding couple of years outside of public view. This was an attempt to make Russel Brand shut up. Russel Brand has views that diverge from those of most Western governments on big issues, not small things, big issues, questions of...
So look, like, I mean, something that Tucker could say and something that a lot of right-wingers could say is that this has been adjudicated in the court of public opinion. It hasn't been adjudicated in a criminal court, and it is a criminal matter. But that's not what he's saying, right? He is at the same time saying that there's not enough evidence to reach any sort of conclusion, to feel any sort of way, to be iffy about Russel Brand, right? But at the same time, there is enough evidence to say that all these accusations amount to a big conspiracy, that Russel Brand is innocent, right? No, there's like neither. There's neither, right?
Economic policy and war and peace. And they decided we have to make this man be quiet. Why Russel Brand? Well, because in contrast to a lot of us who give our opinions for a living, Russel Brand had the capacity to win people over from the other side. He hadn't spent a life identified with the far right, just the opposite. Russel Brand was a man of the left, and to most people, a cultural figure. Everyone knows who Russel Brand is. And so he had the power, the capacity to persuade, and that was the threat. So we thought it'd be interesting to go through in some detail what happened to Russel Brand. None of this has ever been aired before. The censorship campaign against him began with government.
So in much the way that Tucker went over January 6th tapes that he got from Kevin McCarthy and tried to say, like, this is stuff that you haven't been allowed to see until now, and tried to kind of paper over what we already knew about January 6th, which was enough. He's just repeating that pattern. He's doing the same thing with Russel Brand and the allegations against Russel Brand.
Governments, not private organizations, but governments, their intel services and their policymakers. And as we said, it played out outside public view. And we thought it would be very interesting and important for people to know what exactly happened. And so to find out, we are now joined by Russel Brand himself, and we're grateful to be. Russel Brand, thank you so much.
Tucker, thanks for having me here.
So I didn't know any, I just want to say I didn't know any of this, and I experienced you because I didn't know you as a viewer, and I remember thinking, boy, that is one of the most articulate critiques of the brand new war in Ukraine I had ever seen. I saw one of your videos on the war in Ukraine, and this was in the winter of 2022, 2 years ago, and you were making kind of a remarkable case, not against the Ukrainian people and certainly not in favor of Russia, but that there might be real implications for the West if we get involved in a war that is not our own. And you I thought, said it so well. What I missed, and I'm now seeing, is that in March of 2022, you were denounced by an organization connected directly to the U.S. government as an agent of Chinese propaganda for your views on Ukraine. So let me just ask you your experience of this.
Yeah, so like we did notice earlier when he was talking about Ukraine, he used a way of referring to the Ukraine that's very old school, very Cold War, right? He referred to Ukraine as the Ukraine. And this is, the idea being that the Ukraine, a part of the Soviet Union, a part of Russia, right? The Ukraine region of Russia, essentially, right? I don't think that was on accident.
Did you know that you were being attacked as a Chinese propagandist for your views on Ukraine?
I actually didn't, and still at this point struggle to see entirely what the connections are between those two issues, and how I would develop and cultivate a strong affinity with China. I've never been to China. I don't purport to understand China. Certainly don't advocate for Chinese policy. I've just got a relatively superficial dilettante knowledge of geopolitical matters in the South Asian seas. It's not something that I would like.
So Shakespeare says that, yeah, and that's why there's 4 Ukraines, right? Did you know this? There's actually 4 Ukraines. Like, there's 4 different, and they're not even, like, close together. But yeah, like Shakespeare is saying, it meant the frontier, the border, and so referring to it as the Ukraine is like talking about the frontier, the border, the furthest reach of Russia.
Tie my colours to the mast for, or be willing to be.
Look, it's like an old school way of saying it. Like, this was how I think my parents were watching Seinfeld, and there was like a episode where 2 of the characters were playing Risk, and they're battling. You know what Risk is, right? You put your little dudes down and you try to conquest the whole world. You try to take the whole world over. Both of you are trying to take the world over. And one of the characters was like, the Ukraine is weak. The Ukraine is weak. And, like there's somebody on the subway that's actually Ukrainian and hears this. It's like, the Ukraine is not a game. And he slaps down the board and they have to go back to, they can't play Risk anymore.
Publicly shamed, attacked, and even jailed for.
So it happened, though.
Yeah.
And a lot happens on the internet that we miss. But these, in my reading of it, and we haven't, by the way, talked about this off air, but my reading of it is that these were the early seeds of a very deceptive plant that flowered more than a year later in September when you were accused of these crimes. And demonetized and censored as a result of that. But looking back, so you were accused by a group called Coda Story. It published a story on its anti-disinformation newsletter. Now, Coda Story is connected to the UK government, but it's also connected to the CIA. How does it make you feel to know that you were in the crosshairs of 2 of the most powerful governments in the world and their intel agencies?
It seems to me ridiculously grandiose to even imagine that I would stir and arouse the interests of such powerful agencies and groups that
What seems ridiculous to me is the fact that when Trump said that he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, it sounded pretty ridiculous, right? I mean, we all know that he could kind of get away with it with his diehards, but to really, get away with it, that's kind of wild. But he's literally claiming now, his lawyers are claiming that the president doing an action, this is a Nixonian thing, means that it's not a crime. The executive privilege is very loosely interpreted. And in this case, it's not just about the president. It's due to this disinformation, this pattern of disinformation, that somebody like Russel Brand, with credible grape allegations against him, multiple substantiating, corroborating allegations against him, is able to just walk scot-free on the idea that, well, yeah, no, he was so important that the intelligence community, they just made it look like he was a grapist, and really, he is not. He's not graped anyone at all.
British government, if indirectly, would spend considerable sums on observing and de-amplifying content, that true information shared through our platforms in the period of the pandemic was censored, was cited as high risk, that companies like Moderna had spent considerable revenue tracking our content and again de-amplifying it, that Dame Caroline Dinenage, whose husband is a Psy-OPs expert that worked abroad in terrorism before deploying those methods and techniques, and to some degree those teams, to observe what they called disinformation and misinformation in the UK. I recognise that the new emergent media spaces present a lot of possibilities, even with your kind compliments about our reporting on the Ukraine, or with essentially
the Ukraine. There we go.
Brilliant academics talking about the history of NATO and the.
Here's the deal: if Russel Brand was like a little bit older, I would just like be like, yeah, that's just a boomer thing to say. Like, you know, if you grew up during the Cold War, if your, you know, familiarity with Ukraine is through, you know, that sort of early 90s lens, like it's, you know, it's like understandable, but it just doesn't, like, it doesn't wash.
In 2014 in Ukraine, and Putin's explicit declaration that he would prefer, let's put it mildly, that Ukraine were not invited into NATO, that some of the regional disputes, how they're escalating tensions. This is information that, because of independent media, is available, and perhaps the function that we, our media organisation, have fulfilled is been to collate that information and convey it directly in an accessible manner to give people an alternative perspective to the homogenized mainstream opinion.
Yeah. And here's the deal: you can get that alternative perspective. You can get the historical analysis that a lot of the discussion on Ukraine is missing from somebody like Hassan. You don't need to crawl up into the Awakened Wonders echo chamber, the fucking cult of Russel Brand, in order to hear this stuff.
Amounts to
like, in a lot of ways, this is a failing of the media to put this stuff into perspective. But I mean, you know what happens when Hassan brings this up, right? He gets accused of, like, this is where all the people that think that Hassan is pro-Putin, you know, kind of find traction, is when he tries to add a little bit of nuance, a little bit of historicity, a little bit of an understanding to the discussion, right? It's you know, very much not welcome, and it's not as easy of a sell as like the, you know, Dylan Burns what is they called, are they called NAFO, the little doges? Do people know about NAFO? Shakespeare, can you explain NAFO? I'm mainly talking about like accounts on Twitter that just got like so excited at the Ukrainian war and have just made it their primary mission. And this is, you know, this is where, like, you want to have a real nuanced perspective, but obviously, like, what Russel Brand seems to be selling is what Hassan is accused of selling, is you know, essentially Putin propaganda. But there is something to be said about U.S. policy as it pertains to the former Soviet Union. U.S. policy in light of the coup against Gorbachev and the implementation of Boris Yeltsin, and the policies of Boris Yeltsin, which were very convenient for the United States, but really detrimental, sent the Soviet Union, or sent Russia into like the Russian Federation, as it was called in the time, into like years of social decay, right? And really kind of paved the way for Vladimir Putin. The Shiba Inu dogs in NAFO, yeah, the North American Fella Movement, that's what they're called, right? So, you know, you are getting like a bastardized perspective from people like that, but you're also getting a bastardized perspective from Infrared Haas and the Putin stands, and you're definitely getting, the same kind of bastardized perspective from Russel Brand. It was started to quote unquote combat misinformation concerning Ukraine in the lead up and the start of the war.
Over the last few years, the amplification and normalization of the agenda of the powerful, that no opinions can be allowed into that space. And I'm astonished by how jealously it is guarded. There are points in my life when my personal self-regard would have loved the idea that I would be considered important enough to attack on this scale, to spend this amount of revenue and resources on. But I'm now seeing that independent media itself is an extraordinary threat. That independent media inevitably leads to independent politics and independent thought. And we appear to be at some precipitous moment of radical transition. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if anybody could be sure of where this is all heading, what the exact teleology is, but it seems to be to do with mass centralization, globalization, significant attempts to control the information space that are so rigorously adhered to and protected that even what you might imagine to be a marginal voice is considered a significant enough threat to warrant coordinated media attacks, expenditure on peculiar, clandestine, non-government organizations and think tanks that take their money from the military-industrial complex, from the legacy media, who, by the way, when they're critiquing independent media, they got skin in the game. They're not able to independently assess your work or my work or the medical opinions of Joe Rogan. They have a vested
medical opinions of Joe Rogan. I love it.
In the last few years, I've learned about the Trusted News Initiative, which has extraordinary connections again to big pharma and sets of interest around the reporting on war that have decided and determined that they are no longer competing with one another. You in particular come from a journalistic background where it would have been commonplace for the great institutions of American media to compete with one another for scoops. The New York Times versus the world. Those days are gone. It explicitly states on the Trusted News Initiative website, we are no longer in competition with one another. We have to curtail and stamp out, I think it even uses the word choke, independent media. And it's clear that there are now sets of globalist organizations funded by government, but also corporations, that are making deliberate, profound attempts to shut down any dissent in an astonishingly aggressive way. And to be sort of caught up in it is terrifying on one level, absolutely terrifying, particularly due to the nature of allegations that I faced, but also revealing. More importantly, it's revealing about the way that I believe the world, and in particular this space, will be affected, and the way these events will continue to unfold in the coming years.
What I love about your critique is that you're coming to all of this pretty cold, since you had a midlife career change. You're doing something very different from what you did 15 years ago. And I'm wondering if your assumptions haven't been completely blown up. You're
teleology. Take a drink of
how strange is it
of a refreshing beverage, whatever refreshing beverage you might have by you.
And how bewildering.
Tucker's doing what Tucker does, letting weirdos spout conspiracies and thinking, oh boy, this is so much spicy content. Don't stop talking, my precious. God, that's weird that you say my precious, as I just obtained the 2 rings of power in Vampire Survivor.
That propels a lot of people into those spaces, believing that there might be some fulfillment, and certainly there would be excitement. And when I was a denizen of that world, I was fostered and adored and celebrated and facilitated and lived the kind of lifestyle which I think is kind of common for people in that area, for single people, in my case, drug and alcohol free, but certainly with an appetite for a promiscuous lifestyle. When I was part of it, I found it empty and unfulfilling, of course, as it would be, as anyone who's had those kind of experiences ultimately realizes. When I departed it, as a result really of various spiritual crises or commercial failures or a combination of those events, I really felt like a coming home to the type of values that I grew up with.
The only value that he's coming home to is the value of is the value of a paycheck, is the value of grifting in a more forgiving space, right? A space that will ignore things like multiple corroborated allegations of that particular nature, and essentially will, you know, turn on the faucets of the money into your pockets, right? That's what he's coming home to. He's coming home to a freaking paycheck.
Normal blue collar town, Grays, kind of like a place that's like New Jersey, I guess, a kind of suburban, outside of the city, normal people, good values kind of place. And what I feel like happened is like, well, since I've had a family, since, you know, I've got a young son, I've got a couple of daughters, is I feel like that I was able to deploy the skills learned through working in entertainment as a man in recovery in a new space. And what simply began with myself and my partners is tell the truth about things you care about. Kind of over time, it began to, I suppose Glenn Greenwald the other day, and he goes, you know, you shouldn't be surprised that if you attack the most powerful interests in the world, the deep state, powerful corporations, the machinery of war, that you yourself are the recipient of attacks. Why is that surprising to you? I know, but because sometimes it does feels spectacular.
It's how Glenn Greenwald and people like Glenn Greenwald sleep at night, knowing that they have this alliance, knowing that they have this connection with such a despicable person. They tell themselves, well, you know, God, I mean, if you attack the deep state, they can make it really look like you're a pretty bad person. It's not that he's actually a pretty bad, person and has been victimizing people for years and years, right?
Doesn't it? You're talking about these really powerful organizations and the way that it's funded and the way that it crosses over and their malfeasant, underhanded, insidious activity. And then as it starts to become more popular, as more and more people realize that it's actually true, as more and more people become willing to take back control in their own lives, as more and more people refuse to consent to being treated.
As more and more people absolutely give up any sense of skepticism to this